Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Alright, welcome. Hello, welcome to the stream where I don't know what I'll be doing. How's everyone? Is this the correct screen? This is the correct screen. Okay, I didn't mess up right at the start. Haha. Yeah, hi. So, it's time for another charity stream for the Pride Hearts team benefiting Youth Pride Inc. Welcome. This means, of course, that if you are so inclined, you may donate. I have a donate link. Do I have a donate link? Let me pin this. Now I have it pinned. All right. So, yeah, if you wish to donate to Youth Pride Inc., which is a charity that helps with queer youth and like self-determination and help for queer youth, which is always a good thing. Yeah. And feel free to do so. And if you donate certain amounts, I will do things, as you can see on screen, hopefully. Yeah, but don't feel pressured. It's all good. We're doing what we can. But yeah, charity stream. Hooray! So I had planned 2 charity stream sessions over this weekend. So the Pride Hearts event takes place over this weekend. There's a whole bunch of other amazing streamers taking part and doing their own charity streams. And I had planned to play some Civilization 6, which we did. And Civilization games are notorious for taking quite a long time. If you've ever played Civilization or a 4X game in general and such, you'll know what I mean. And then very surprisingly, I won the game last time. It did take about 6 hours, but I managed to win the game. We founded a religion in the game, called it the Gay Agenda, and then spread this religion to every corner of the world until the entire world was finally following the Gay Agenda. And that won us the game. We got a religious victory. And the plan was to stretch it out over these 2 streams because yeah, I kept thinking, oh yeah, Civ 6 is a long game. Each session or each match, I guess, right? Takes quite a while. I'll probably take 1 or 1.5, maybe 2 full streams to do it. Um, no, apparently not. So yeah, I I no longer know uh what what to do this session. But I figured, you know what? We'll just start. We'll just start stream. Get going a bit. Let me find some music. I have some music downloaded. Some legally downloaded. This is music provided for free for streamers. So nothing. Twitch, don't ban me. There's nothing untoward happening here. Um, let me just see. Uh, what will happen? All right. How is the volume? Seems to be okay. I don't want it too loud on my end. So hopefully it will be loud enough on here. Let me turn down the auto ducking a little bit if I can. There we go. That should be better. Okay. Um Let me add more music to it. And then once that is set up, it should last us a good long while. Okay, I need to turn it down. Oh, I misclicked. Oh, that's okay. Alright, we get to Ayo, Vessel! Welcome and congrats on first. How goes it? I hope your weekend so far was good. I got 6 hours of sleep. My brain is So yeah, but I hope your weekend is going better than mine. Um, okay. I want to pass out after getting back into the house yesterday. Oh, long day. Did you have to do a lot? Were you like outside the whole day? Very oof. Did you get to pass out though? Did you get to just get home and then drop? Okay, that's good. That's good. And I hope you got a lot of very restful sleep. Didn't pass out? Oh no. Did you have more stuff to do? And I had for me I guess it's a lot of excitement because I haven't streamed in a long time. I'm starting a new job tomorrow. So I don't know how that's gonna go. That reminds me, I should text my boss real quick. Quick change of topic. I was wanting to ask you about something. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Uh, uh hold on. So I have a new job as a German teacher here. But there's been some scheduling issues with my class because they wanted to give me multiple classes and then those would have overlapped and then I told them, "Yo, can't do this to me. If you give me two classes like this, they'll overlap." And it's like, "Okay, we'll figure something out because, you know, that's their job. I'm just there to teach. If they take most of or not most of, they take half of the class fees, then they should, you know, organize the times for me. Um, they haven't gotten back to me yet about that, so I need to check. Uh, so let me just text my boss. But your question, you're the only person I know that plays the older computer games, know anything about Darklands. That name seems familiar. I don't think I've ever played Darklands. Um, oh, that is old. That is a couple of years before when I actually really played. Uh, yeah, it appears to be one of those old school role-playing games that were really, really big back in the day. But I haven't played any of it. I don't know anything more detailed about it. Um, so sorry about that. Yeah. Um, yeah, no. I found a copy that says it's an MS-DOS version. Ooh. I mean, to be fair, back then basically all games were MS-DOS games. Um, so if it's MS-DOS, I'm not sure if a modern computer can run it. I mean, they still have DOS, right? But it might just be that the hardware is so fast nowadays that that the game cannot run on it, which is ironic all things considered. But yeah, that's the problem with a lot of older games, that the hardware is too powerful. Um, but yeah, I sadly don't know anything about that. I do know about MS-DOS games, and I know that you can run them in general, that you can run them on PCs using either they just manage to plug in natively, or you use something like DOSBox or so, which just opens an instance of MS-DOS, isolated instance of it. So, uh, you know, might be worth trying out. But yeah, I don't know too much about that otherwise. I do wonder, where did you find that copy though? Like, that's fast. How did you come across? I just checked. The game is from, well, it came out in 1992 on floppy disk, and then 1995 on CD. Uh, I'm really, if I can dig the old computer out of storage at some point, I would love to try it. Yeah. I mean, it's probably gonna run on like an I don't know, 95 or Windows 95 or 98, maybe even some of those that came out around 2000. Um, like XP or so, it might run on those. At an estate sale. Ah, dang. The kind of buried treasures. Seriously. Um, but yeah, if you do get the chance to try it, the computer search runs XP. Yeah, okay, then that should be doable. Um, you might have to read up on like any installation or running what do you call it, peculiarities. That's the word. But yeah, definitely. If you do get a chance to try it, I'd be very interested, because a lot of the old games, old RPGs like that, have a certain charm to them. I'll have to get out and play some Fallout, Neverwinter, and that Bookworm game. Um, do you have copies of Fallout and Neverwinter and such? Oh wait, what? Oh my, what? Latent what? What? Oh my goodness, latent logic. Oh my, 40 dollars. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. That is, wait, is my head pad broken? It's broken. Again. My head pad is constantly broken. Alright, hold on. Uh but yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Um Hotkey action. This. Okay, there we go. Let me manually do it. But yeah, you get to pick something. I don't think I have one for $40, but you get to pick something from my list of incentives. So unless you already wrote something in there, let me check Tiltify. Log in and then let me see. Also, I don't know why my headpad is broken again. Headpad redeem. Toggle item scene. Yeah, no, it should work. Did a character doodle? Character doodle it is. Alright. Then Is there some way for you to give me a reference of what character you would like doodled? Um, Doodle of your character. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Yeah, I'll link you in Discord. We're in. Yeah. Okay. Not a problem. Then let me start up Krita. Let me grab my tablet. Uh, this is just an excuse to use the tablet again. Um, but yeah, sorry. Vessel, physical copies of those games. That is amazing. But yeah, definitely worth a try. Those are good games. Fallout especially. Very different from modern RPGs. So you need to get into the right or have the right expectations. Um, but otherwise, yeah, it's a very very good one. All right, let me see where I have. Ah, there we go. Okay. Expect to die a few times I play through. Does that count? um, it's a start, but it's mostly about like what kind of choices to make and like the pacing and the style of um interacting with the game world. Discord here. Okay, I see it. Ooh, a pony. Nice. Okay, let me grab that. I do have to warn you that quality is not guaranteed. um, I haven't done art in a long time, but I will try my best. Okay. Wait, can I insert that into? Let me put that into the to Krita. Okay. And then all right, there we go. Can we see? We can see. Okay. Awesome. It's fine. Point of supporting charity. True, true. Okay, let me make this a bit smaller. Okay. Uh, okay. Hold on. All right, let's see here. I've never drawn a pony before, to be honest. I'll probably just do most of the same pose because I have no idea what I'm doing. So Ooh, there we go. Gotta be too small, but I can make the canvas bigger. That's the great thing about digital. Resize the canvas to this, okay. I don't even know where all the buttons are. So, yay. Okay. But yeah, how's your weekend been, Latent? I hope it's been finding you well. Uh Probably too big over here, so I may need to looks better. Um Been busy but good. We're over 6.8K. Oh my goodness. In just what, 3 days? That is a crazy amount. Let's go. Totally fine with if you want to do a human form. I don't know how to do human form ponies. Thank you for the offer, but I don't know. I honestly. All right, let's see here. Kind of sort of know how to draw horses, but ponies are very stylized, right? It's too long. Making a big mess, but okay. Doo-doo-doo. Uh, and this is too long. Oh, wrong. There, that looks better. Ah, you just gotta move things around a bit. Almost 3 days out of 4. Nice, nice. That is amazing. Like, I love. Ah, it curves like this. See, this is the first time I'm properly looking at how the ponies are like constructed, right? Because like I've watched a lot of it. I never managed to finish the My Little Pony show. It's still on my to-do list. I have like a couple seasons left. Um, but I've never like I know their designs are super stylized, but I've never really looked at how, like all the details. And I think this it's like what way each leg curves or each part of the body curves such. Uh, okay. And then the vest. What is this cutie mark? Is this a is it a horseshoe or a magnet? Yeah, I've got a couple seasons left as well. I've been volunteering with PonyCon since 2013. Oof. Yeah, it's just at some point it's there's a lot to watch, which is good, but at the same time, there's a lot. Like 9 seasons plus movies plus Equestria Girls plus all that and so on, and I've been drawing on the wrong layer, but that's okay. Let me merge these. Um, long. Still too long. There. Okay. Um, Layer shenanigans. Yes, exactly. Uh, like I know a lot of artists have a layer check redeem on their yeah, in their channel point redeems, simply because it's so easy to mess up. Hello, Amon. How are you doing? If you go to my DeviantArt link, I have a separate image for the CM. It's a combination of if-then logic and electro-engineering NAND gate. Okay, okay. Nice. All right, all right. Yeah, I see it now. Many artists also have a reminder for saving. Yes, they do, because saving is another thing that people like to forget. When you're in the workflow, right? Like, I don't need to check these small details, right? It's not a thing. But no, it very much is a thing. Um, alright. Do-do-do. Ah, okay. There's something happening, I think. Well, do you do something with like electrical engineering or so? Um, 'Cause that's also a super fascinating topic. Mirroring your art also sometimes is a redeem. Oof. Does it help with proportions? Yes, it does. Like drawing things like negative space or things upside down and such really helps with training your eye, which is a big deal. Software engineer, but I took EE classes as well. Ah, okay, okay. Where's my mouse? I'm not getting this is still too narrow, I believe. There we go. Right. And have this here, and then this here. There we go. This okay. No, I'm joking. Um, okay, this is yeah, I think it's kind of sort of recognizable. as a first pass line art. Alright, the proportions might be a bit off, but then again, this is imitating an official art style. So, okay. Spotting errors because you need to reassess the object. Yes, very much so. Like one of the challenges of like, oops. Did I draw on the layer with the pony? That's okay. Where do I set opacity? There we go. That's Okay, hold on. I actually need to grab this and take it out onto its own layer.
Raiding party!
Oh my, wait,
You must
what?
gather your party before venturing forth.
Ah, Ray Demon. Hello. Hi. How are you doing? Welcome Raiders. Oh my goodness, there's so much happening. Yeah, Ray. Oh. Ray Demon. So what are you doing? Game development. Software and game development. Ooh. How's it going? Welcome Raiders. Hi. I was fighting Unity. Oh no. I hope you won the fight, or that was at least a draw. But yeah, welcome, Raiders. My name is Chichin. I'm a Bard VTuber, and I typically play old games and or role-playing games. But today we're doing a special charity stream for Youth Pride Inc. with the group Pride Hearts. So there is a. Is it no longer pinned? Maybe it's not for me. Yeah, there is a donation link if you wish to contribute to charity, but don't feel any pressure. It's all good. Where was it? Yeah, and right now, I'm drawing a pony. I'm drawing Latent Logic because Latent donated and got a drawing as a incentive. Is that not? Is everything broken? Why is everything broken? Okay, hold on. I'm looking at StreamerBot, and I can see that this is active. Let me check the donation. Yeah, donation, donate, charity. It should be. What the heck? Okay, I think streamer. What is happening? There's a command. Please. Oh. Oh no. Oh, I know what's happening. Oh my goodness. Oh, I messed up. I messed up. Sorry. So I have several things running. Dono timer, logo switch. There we go. So I have this thing running on StreamerBot that is switching the logos back and forth. Dream scuff happens. Yeah. Okay. That's why the head pat didn't work. That's why this first redeem just popped, even though Veso redeemed it like half an hour ago. So I have this streamer bot thing running in the background that is switching the Youth Pride and Pride Heart logos back and forth, and that's running on a timer. And apparently, I didn't realize that if you have a timed command thing, timed action going on, it just occupies the queue. It occupies the entire queue because it's constantly happening, and then everything else doesn't go through. Right, so I need to clear the action queue. Head pat redeem. Yeah, see all of this lurk command, all of these are donation link. Yeah, these were all queued up, and the donation link was just covering up everything. So nothing else could get through because it just occupied the action queue. But now I've shifted it to its own action queue. Hopefully now, let me check now. It still doesn't work. Let me restart StreamerBot real quick. Might break a couple of things here and there, but let me just restart it. It's already running. That's not good. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Did I just... Where are you? Did I just completely mess up? But yeah, hi, sorry. Sorry that you, to the Raiders, that you came into a whole bunch of scuff right at the get-go. So, yeah, hopefully... Okay. Okay, I've managed to restart StreamerBot. This is the kind of thing, because I only set up things like this for the charity stream. Usually it's not this complex, and I have everything else put away into its own queue. You know what? Let me add yet another queue. Add chat commands, and then maybe that will help. Set group, no, set queue, please. There. Okay, let me try again. Yes! Okay, there we go. Now it works. Whew. All right, crisis averted. Thank you for your patience, everyone. And now the headpad works. Yay! Okay, awesome. Oh. There we go. Okay. All right, so now that I've fixed my stream, mostly. Yeah, properly. Welcome, Raiders. I probably said that 15 times already. But yes, I didn't get a lot of sleep. I don't know what to do. during the stream. Like I had no plans going into this because the thing I wanted to do I finished last stream. So yeah, welcome. And did I ever finish introducing myself? I don't know. Probably did. But yeah. Where did we leave off? I'd say a draw got the animation, couldn't figure out how to make the ball glow. Okay, sorry that was a while ago. But streamer bot just wasn't set up correctly. That was all my fault. Yeah, but I hope that you'll be able to solve that conundrum in the future. Because yeah, I've never actually tried any of those game engines. The only one I've played around with was RPG Maker. Why is this? Because I'm still on the wrong layer. Yeah, so that's the one I've been playing on, RPG Maker, which has a lot of like hidden depths. Cannot get this ear shape right. There we go. But I didn't do too much with it. So anyone who can just open up a program and then just make like things appear, it's just magical to me. Oh my god. Actually go all the way. Also, I have no clue really how to properly use digital painting tools. Because that's not what I was trained on. I was trained with pencil and paper. That's what I learned. So a lot of like tricks or how to properly use a tablet for drawing. I have no clue how to do that. Feel like the head is still not quite the right size for what I'm trying to do here, but I don't know. I'm committed now. Is there? Yeah, there is the other one on the side. Okay. Okay. It's not great, but I hope it's okay. Like something about this still feels off when I compare to the reference. But at this point, like I know the head is probably too long for the size of the features as I'm drawing them. But I can't, like if I try to change it now, it's just going to become way more messy. So yeah, I hope the weekend finds you all well. And that you manage to get some rest if that is what you use the weekend for. It's already Monday morning here. But luckily my job doesn't start until tomorrow. Means I get this day to do a charity stream. Okay, just like very careful step by step. Okay. Yeah, I'm also focusing a lot on this right now. I realize I'm not really properly talking. Do apologize. I don't do art a lot. I probably should. I did quite a bit of art. Quite a bit of drawing. I used to have a DeviantArt account. But I got rid of that after they went all in on AI, so that soured me a lot on that website. So that's a bit sad because I had that account for a long time and I had a lot of work on there. So okay. All right, we're getting there. Okay, then on this end as well. Okay, and then we're almost there. I realized I drew this pony too thick. Like ponies, when I look at them now, like their bodies, their torsos are extremely thin. And I'm drawing this one extremely thick, way too thick, but yeah, I don't know if I can still fix that. I'll have to see. Oh, I'm seeing a curve out in this direction. I didn't pay attention to. Like so, there we go. Because that makes this curve more striking. Than, kind of. All right. We're getting there. I hope this is okay. Um I love the way they stylize the hind legs though. Like the sweeping curves in this are are really cool. Um Fun with it? Okay, I'll try. And then here. Okay. There we go. Where's my mouse? There you go. Too small. This curve needs to be. There we go. Big action curve on the tail. I don't. This is not quite how the tail is shaped. This looks like a crab's claw. um. More like it. There we go. Okay. Then add a bit more detail over here. There we go. Mouth. Okay, let's check if I forgot anything. Ah. Okay. Okay, I see one bit that's a little bit wonky. It's like right here. Okay, there we go. That looks better. That doesn't look like randomly a torso appearing out of nowhere. Okay. All right, time to color. The base color, which is, but what is the base color? One. I'm not going to trust the fill tool because the lines are incomplete. Okay. Well, thank you for giving me something to do. um, like seriously, I came into this stream like I spent the entire weekend thinking, what can I do this stream? Because the thing I had planned, I managed to finish on Friday's stream. It's like, huh, I'm out of things to do now. So this now I have something to do. So. Yay. So on Friday, what we did is I started
Endure.
up. Oh,
In
ad.
enduring, grow strong.
There's an ad, so I will take a quick break. I really need to set up a a pre-warning. I have set up a pre-warning, but I need to have like an audio warning for myself. But yes, ads. I run them in like 3 minutes of ads every hour so that I can get a break. That hopefully you can get a break, go to the toilet or get something to drink and such. And I'm not gonna continue with this during the ad. Um. I need some sort of sound effect. To warn me that ads are coming. I have a text warning set up so that when there's an ad about to play in like 2 minutes, a text warning pops up on screen saying, "Yo, ads will appear in 2 minutes." But I don't see it. I need a good sound effect. Uh, I got. I will do that some other time though. Because now the ad is over. Welcome back, everyone. Yeah, I keep getting surprised by ads. All of a sudden, like I do have a sound effect when playing when the ad starts, but I need to have one playing when the ad is scheduled for the next 2 minutes or so. It's like all of these little things. There's a million tiny things to set up for stream. And things that you don't think of until they happen. Like you spend hours and hours and hours setting things up, and then you stream and immediately you go, "Oh heck, I forgot about this." It's oh god. So yeah, it's just the setup is never done. I guess that's something to learn as a streamer, right? If you want to start streaming, the setup is never done. There will always be things that you overlooked. Always things that you could improve. That is big. So the setup is never done, but also it means don't wait to stream until it's perfect. Yes, good point. That is an excellent corollary. Instead, get a basic setup working, run with it, and improve over time. Yep. It's like, do you need fancy alerts? No. Do you need alerts at all? Probably not. And heck, Twitch has alerts now, so that's very good for like people who are starting to just say, all right, Twitch, just give me your basic alerts, and then I'll customize them over time. Do I need like a fancy name for channel points? Do I need, I don't know, good lighting or good sound EQ or so? It's like, no, all you need is some basic things. I forgot the goatee. I just realized. I forgot the goatee. Alright. I will add that. I absolutely cannot draw hair like this. It's one of the things that's been vexing me since I started drawing. It's like I I get how it's supposed to look in theory, but I can never do it. Like it always ends up like this, where the points don't meet, or it ends up being like where the gaps in between are just so awkwardly shaped. Like that, where I have no clue what I'm doing. There. Okay. Oof. All right. But yeah, it's like every single, I guess, anime inspired or like any single anime-esque art style has hair drawn that way. And it's like, how? How do you do it? How do these points align? How do the lines not look all sorts of pointing in every which direction? How do you do it? I just cannot get it. That's like my Dark Souls boss of drawing is spiky hair like that. Um, but yeah, like I've been streaming for 2.5 years and I'm still setting things up. So and that's bit by bit, and I have big ideas on things I want to change, things I want to improve. I am currently working on some super secret project that I have shown no one. Um, and it's very hard not to show anyone because I really want to share what I'm working on. But no, it's super secret. Um, and I don't know when it will be done. But yeah, it's this. I'm still working on stuff to improve the stream setup and such. Right about hair because I can't draw. I feel that. I feel that so much. Um, writing for me is also a lot easier than drawing. I'm like, but I would like to draw because when I think in images as well. I get like I have some degree of aphantasia, so I don't think in complete images, but I think of impressions. And I want to capture those impressions in drawings. Um, but it's difficult because I'm not good at drawing. Someone say hair? Maybe as a DM it helps me to write my preparation down. Ah, yeah, yeah. Yes, I can totally see that. Like you have all of these thoughts and ideas, and it's like just put them down on paper. And then once you know what you have, then you can start organizing. Right? But before that, it's all a big jumble, all a big mess in your head, and then you don't know what to do with it. Okay. That's that layer. Then let's get the base color for the hair. Where is that? What's the base color for the hair? This one. Slight problem is that I wish to show my players some characters I worked from for so long, but I can't draw them. Yeah. Definitely. I feel that so much. Right? It's like sometimes you think of characters and they just pop into your head. It's like, yes, that's them. This is exactly them. And then you're like, but how do I show people? How do I show this to others? It's like let me invest like 3 years training my hand-eye coordination to produce artwork, I guess. There's a lot of things I haven't stuck to. Like I used to do quite a bit of drawing. I took drawing classes. But then I just stopped. I guess it's really the whole you can see all the things you're doing wrong, but you're not good enough yet to fix them. And that phase of doing any sort of artistic or creative skill, right, will appear again and again, and it is highly demotivating. And because like one of the best graphs I've seen. Let me just, since I'm in a drawing program, let me just do this real quick. Let me just draw this. One of the best graphs ever I've seen in when it comes to learning any artistic or creative skill. Right? You have is it not drawing? Oh, I'm on the eraser again. So you have right 2 axes. You have time and you have skill. And then you have what color should I pick? You have your visual skill, right? And then you have your like your manual skill. And then your manual skill goes up like this, right? You always go make some jumps and then you hit a plateau and then you make some more jumps and you hit a plateau, which is perfectly normal, right? Any skill you learn works like that. What color did I pick for this? Okay. But then your visual skill goes like that. Right? And what this means is that you have this area here where your visual skill is above your manual skill. And this is the phase where you go, I make so many mistakes. Right? Because you can see all the stuff you're doing wrong, but you are not good enough yet to fix all the stuff that you're doing wrong. And then on the other hand, you have this where your visual skill is less than your manual skill. And on these, you're like, I'm so awesome. Right? It's like my art is so amazing. Um, and these things are highly motivating, but then whenever your manual skill plateaus and your visual skill catches up, then you start seeing all of the mistakes you make, but you don't know how to improve. And working through these plateaus is extremely demotivating. Right? And it's the same for any creative skill. Like if you're playing music, for instance, at some point your ears, so it's not your visual skills, your oral skill, right? But your ears will be good enough to pick up mistakes that you're making or rhythm mistakes or feeling or whatever that you're putting into your song. Um and but you're not good enough at making music yet to know how to fix those, etc., etc. So this is but understanding this can help. So knowing that this is the case can help. So this is one of the most useful graphs I've ever seen when it comes to like why is uh learning any sort of art so difficult sometimes. And it's like I was doing so well like 3 months ago. Why am I so bad now? It's like that's probably the case that you know your visual skill has now caught up and now you are seeing all the mistakes. But seeing the mistakes is the first step to improving, to realize what areas you need to improve on. Also, Jonty, I did not see your name there because you have the same color as Latent. But welcome. Hi, how are you doing? Nice to have you here. Um, but yeah, and I guess like I hit too big of a plateau where I was like, I'm not making any progress, but I can see exactly what I need to fix. But I can't do it, right? Every time I try, it's just the same mistakes over and over again. And yeah, that's part of the reason why I stopped, I guess. Well, today's kind of rough for me, but being around good people has made it better. How are you today? Oh, then I hope being here is gonna help make your day a bit better. How am I? I'm doing okay. Uh, I didn't get a lot of sleep, and I had no idea what to do for this stream. But now at least I have something. Even if this only fills like an hour or an hour and a half, this is something to do. Right? Also, I start my job tomorrow, which I am very nervous about because I will be teaching German to a kid, to a I don't know, like 12-year-old, something like that. And I don't know, I don't really teach kids. Like all of my training, all of my experience comes from teaching adults at like university age and up. Um, so I have no idea how to deal with kids. Um, so I'll just have to see how that goes. Plus, what tends to happen here is that the parents make all of the decisions for their kids, right? Asian parents. They're like, my kid will learn violin and piano and ballet and Latin and German and everything else that there is to learn, and will get A's and everything, and will become a lawyer doctor. Um, you know. So so really who I have to impress is not the kid, I have to impress the parents. Um, which is doubly Congrats on getting a new job. Thank you. Thank you. I mean, the school was pretty desperate for a new teacher, so that's good. But at the same time, it is a bit nerve-wracking, I have to say. All right. The shirt. I forgot to draw in the cutie mark. I'll do that last. The thing that manifested was the nameless hero archetype, as I call it in the forest. Many fables and stories where the name of the character is never mentioned but replaced with a title. Right. That's also a big thing, right? Having people referred to with it. Look at this. I was so focused on the outline, I did not see these pockets. I seriously did not see them. They just didn't exist for me. Right? It's like, yeah, no, I am done. But now that I look at it, it's like, hold on, this vest has pockets. Right? It's like, I honestly, yeah, but it's so fascinating to me that I seriously, it's not that I didn't want to draw them or it was too much detail. It's like I did not perceive them. To me, in my brain, the vest was completely smooth and blank. Right? There was nothing there. Like my eyes did not register that there were pockets, which is fascinating to me. Cargo pockets are great. They really are. You can fit so much in them. All right, so let's just get like suggestion of some pockets down. There we go. Oh, there's a line here, right? Ta-da. Like none of these lines existed for me. They were just not there. Okay, but now that they are, now I can get back to coloring the vest. Doo-doo. The huntsman, the archer, the fighter aren't really usable for a name. Too generic. Oops, what happened here? I did the seeing, but the brain ignored the processing. Yes, definitely. Which is really fascinating. It's like our eyes perceive so much more than our brains register. But one of the most fascinating facts about like about this is when we move our eyes quickly. When our eyes jump from one point to another, the intervening movement between those 2 points, our eyes see them, but if we had to register and process the blur, our brains would go mad. That would be too much information. So instead, the brain does something absolutely crazy, right? So if you jump from one point and then quickly move your eyes to another point, like even if you're looking at one screen and then just like switch your eyes over to the other screen real quickly. Right, your eyes move so quickly that there's a lot of blurry movement in between. But what then happens is that the brain discards all of that blurry movement, takes the image that we see at the new location where our eyes are looking at, and fools our memory into thinking that that's what we've been looking at all along during the switch. It's absolutely wild. So like the switch only happens over a fraction of a second, right? So our memory gets told, yeah, that last fraction of a second, you were looking at this thing all along. But it is actually possible to notice this. It is possible to notice that that's what's happening. If you look at something like a countdown, if you look at something like a countdown that counts seconds, and if you like switch your eyes back and forth from looking at the countdown to looking somewhere else to looking back at the countdown, it is sometimes possible to land on a time where a single second of the countdown lasts longer than an actual second. And you can notice this because you can compare it to the other seconds in the countdown. Right? So it's counting down from like, I don't know, 57, 56, 55, and so on. And then you notice, wait, the time from 50 took to jump from 57 to 56 is longer, a fraction of a second longer than it took to jump from 56 to 55. And that is your memory being fooled. Right? And it thinks, oh yeah, I have been looking at this 57 this whole time. Whoops. So the past fraction of a second where my eyes were moving, I've also been looking at this. And so in your mind, that second lasts longer because your memory is being fooled. And it's so wild whenever you notice that. Because you go, aha, my brain is tricking my brain. So, yeah, human brains are so strange. There's so much going on there. Fourth, characters created through a story, no story of origin. Nameless hero uses a mark because changing can look like character, but the mark preserves self-identity. Okay, that sounds reasonable. Not too happy with this. I don't know what happened there. Do I even need to bother with all of these small details? I mean, I will. Okay. Are there any other colors? I mean, yeah, the eye. Human perception is much an amalgamation of sensory inputs with an expectation. Yeah, definitely. I see now I can probably add another hair over here just to make it more complete. There. What even is this? I don't know what the hotkeys are for. So it's like the things I see are truth. Like no, no, they really are not. Only till remains. Makes a lot of sense. Okay, what else? The eye. Except the eye is lineless. so, and then a color from here. There we go. Drawing. Okay. What layer was that? That was a hair layer. That's okay. Those two don't overlap. I'm fine with that. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, sorry, my mom came into my room real quick. Needed to clarify something. So yes, I was muted. Sorry. Um. Oh, I see the electrical circuit in here. Oh, that is cool. It's very subtle, but I like it. Went to get a snack and came back. Ah, yeah, okay. Player found gingerbread house. Nameless heroes used to form lumberjack. Is this the actual session or is this a plan that's happening? I could do some shading with this. Okay, let's get a low light. This is getting a lot more detailed than I thought it would be, but that's okay. The low light. There we go. I'm not gonna do too much. I don't know how to color. Session from this weekend winner with party wandering to the gingerbread house. Oof. Okay, let's see. If I set the opacity slightly lower. I don't know. Because if I set the opacity lower, right, and I do go over it again, I get these ugly overlaps. What if I set the layer opacity lower? Right. And then the brush doesn't get these ugly overlaps. Aha! Learned something new. There's still a bit of that happening, but not as... Oh, that's because this opacity is still not 100%. There we go. Yeah, so if the layer opacity is lower, I can do the low lights better. But the brush opacity needs to be at 100%, otherwise I get the ugly overlap happening. between brush strokes. All right. Two players spotted things. Waited for them to open the stove. Wait, is this like classic fairy tales? Where like a lot of unsavory things are put into stoves. Okay, the pony is still too long, I noticed. But that's okay. All right. I gotta improvise a little bit with how the shading will look. Ah, the shading is on this side. Which makes sense, really. Because that's the inside of the ear. All right. Okay. Getting
Raiding
there.
party!
Oh my god,
You
wait!
must gather your party before venturing forth.
What the? Alice Lunazera? Hello! Oh my goodness! Pride Hearts raid, Pride Hearts, let's go! Pride Hearts raid indeed. Hello, welcome. Hi, hi, Ray. Oh my god, that's so many people. Jane Ships, Key Switchblade 86, Snowy Kato, XO Vetalina, Seahorse, hi, Luna Lycan, Sheep Are Myth, hello, Jaunty as well, okay. Oh, hey, I'm here twice now. Oof. Deed Steve, hi. Welcome. How are you all doing? We had raids from other Pride Heart streams. Yeah, there's a lot going on today, I think. How is everyone doing? Hi. My name is Chichin. I'm a bard VTuber. I typically do I forgot old games and or role-playing games. But today we're also doing the Pride Hearts charity. We had raids, so lots of charity friends here. I am. So far it's going well. What were you doing? You're Helldivers 2. Ah, very nice. I hope you crushed some Terminids and or robots and spread a lot of managed democracy, because that is important. But yeah, this right now what we're doing here is Latent donated some money for the charity, and as an incentive, as a donation reward, I am drawing a character. So I've been at this for a while. But yeah. Game design. Oh yes, I do game design as well. That's true. I do tabletop game design weekly, usually when I'm streaming. First a witch, now a bard. We only need a fighter and a thief. Oof, that is correct. At my axe. But yeah, that's one of the donation incentives that I have on here. If you donate, is it 25 or more? I will try and draw a character of your choosing. I won't promise it'll be good, but I will draw. So yeah, that's where we are today. I didn't know what I was gonna do this stream. But we found something. So that's always good. What is going on here? But yeah, donation. Yes, that is the donation link for there. We were hanging out and chatting for a while, and then played Helldivers with Miss Kittycore and Hawkfangor. Oh, right! I saw you in the Discord, in the voice channel on Discord. Yeah, how'd that go? I haven't played that in a while. It's what is going on? Why is this color not working? Why is this color not working, please? But yeah. You have a doodle at 20. I have it at $20? Okay. I have it at $20. Yeah, I don't even know my own my own incentives. I mean, I already messed it up last charity stream, right? When Jonty donated. So oh, I still this is the one big thing about Krita that I will never get used to, and that is that the eraser is just a different kind of brush. So whenever I select brush and it's like, I want to paint, but over here on this panel, I also have to select the actual brush and not the eraser. That's something I will never ever get used to. It will always screw me over, just as it has right now. But yeah. But yeah. If any of you do need to thoughts need to rest or go like have a snack, have some food, have a drink, whatever, please feel free to do so. Don't right, please do take care of yourselves. Otherwise, you are very welcome to just stay and hang out, and we can. 你也会中文吗？会啊。So yes. At least you can undo, not like with paper. Yeah. Though funnily enough, I did start out with learning how to draw on
Updated
paper.
my journal.
That's how I started. Thank you for joining the guild. Yes, indeed. Get your self-care, including med check. Yes, do if you have any meds you need to take, any pills or vitamins, please do so. Please do take care of yourselves. 郑好像是华语名字哦，不是，随便想的。很久以前随便想的。So I noticed the tail is too thin. The horse is too thick and the tail is too thin. I'm proportions, man. What even are proportions? But yeah. So Other than this, though, I don't know what we'll be doing. Look at that. Yeah, and let's see. Like once I'm done with this, I honestly don't know what else I'll do. I will keep going for many more hours, so that's gonna happen. But otherwise, I have no clue what else to plan. So I streamed as well on Friday, or like Thursday evening in like the Americas. And what I did on that stream was I loaded up Civ 6, and you can found religions, right, in Civ 6 if you've ever played a game like that before. And so we founded our religion and called it the Gay Agenda. And then we spread the gay agenda to the entire world until we won a religious victory. So that was a lot of fun. But I managed to win in that stream. Like typically, Civ games or just 4X games in general take a long time. So I was thinking, you know what, 2 streams for a single Civ game, that sounds about reasonable. And then very surprisingly, I just won at the end of last stream. It's like, oh, welp, I'm out of material now. So that was a thing. Someone else who knows Chinese? I mean, I do. Best Civ win ever, indeed. And the first religious victory I ever had in that game. So that was a double whammy in a way. Have you been looking at any tabletop games with Riles that you were like, oh, that's new, I have to think about this? Oh, with rules that are like, what should I do? Not as good as my Japanese. I'm still learning Japanese. So I'm hoping to be able to speak that at some point. With any rules, new rules. So depends on how recently you want to go. One of the like I was introduced to the Digimon trading card game. The Digimon trading card game has like introduced as a not play, but like someone mentioned it saying, "Oh, this has some interesting design." And the Digimon trading card game has a very fascinating mechanic for turn switching, right? Like when do you switch turns between players? But more importantly, like how many resources do players get when the turn is switched? And it's this really fascinating system that I really need to check out some more. Um about it's like this almost like a push and pull system. It's like if you have a really big turn, you also push the resource bar very far into your opponent's territory, and so when it's their turn, they have a lot of resources to spend. And if they only do a small turn, then it doesn't push the bar very far into your territory. So when it's your turn again, you only get a small turn, and so on, or something like that. I haven't fully checked it out yet, but it looked very, very fascinating. And that's definitely something I want to check out at some point. I haven't yet though. So that's one of the more recent ones that I can think of that I was introduced to. Like there's been the huge pack of like 640 TTRPGs on itch for a Palestine charity bundle, which I got. So I'm still sorting through that and seeing if there are any games in there that look interesting and that have potentially interesting design. So that's where I am at right now with that. But yeah, interesting question, definitely. Um, I studied a little bit in college and just never had anyone to practice with. It's so cool to meet more people who know it. Really rusty in speak and reading. That's been over 10 years. Yeah. Digimon TCG is so good. All right. It's good to hear. Did I get it right though? Does that ring any bells? The whole rule with the switching of the turns and the resources that you get and such. Does that ring any bells? Okay, hold on. Let me get rid of which layer? This layer. Ah, there we go. Okay, and then a big one here. And then a smaller one here. And I would say this is it. Let me just add a couple of lines to indicate the mane and the hair and such. But other than that, I think we are approaching done with this. The wrong layer. Okay. Gives it a little bit more structure. All right. I think I think I'm done. Like any more that I do here is probably gonna make it not as good. All right. Thanks for drawing. Yeah, thanks for donating. I say I'm done and then I just keep adding details. Look at me. Never be happy.
Updated
Yeah.
my journal.
Same. Yeah, it's a really unique mechanic. Yeah. So someone was saying, "Yo, TTRPG designers, you are sleeping on this. You need to get on it." Um, hey Aqua, hello. Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the follow. And thanks for head pat and stretch. All right. How are you doing? Okay. Let me make this a little bit smaller. How do I crop? I crop this. Do I sign? I don't know if I sign. Is that a thing? Let me just sign. I have never signed my VTuber name before. So, there we go. First ever signature. Okay. There we go. I will get this to you. And then, yeah, you can have your very own badly drawn facsimile of your actual character. Hey. Um, All right. Yay. I did art. I forgot the cutie mark. I forgot. I forgot. All right. Never mind. Never mind. Let's open it back up. I was saying like I need to put this last, and then I completely forgot. Okay. Let's put it back in. Let's. Luckily, the cutie mark is not too complex. But yeah. There we go. And then color. And color this in. Oh my goodness. But yeah, good thing I noticed it now. What layer did I draw that on? That layer. That was not ideal. Okay. Let me grab this. Put it onto the line layer. What am I doing? See, this is what I meant with I will just mess things up if I just try to change more. This is the liner layer. Okay. What is this layer? Nothing. Okay. Blech. All right. Color. Hey, Capsize. How are you doing? Thanks again for the half pad. All right, let's speed run. Speed run this. Is this? I'm still drawing on the wrong layer. I just deleted that. I don't know. What am I doing with my life? There we go. Okay, there we go. This is a hack
Updated
job.
my journal.
But okay. Yeah, thank you for joining. But yeah, follows are anonymous. I forgot who I learned that from. Why is this still not working? Because it's the eraser again. It may have been Jaunty. I don't know, Jaunty. Do you have anonymous followers? I forgot. But there is an I followed redeem. So if you do want your name to appear somewhere and want me to read it out, you can just use that one. Otherwise, if you are content with just staying in the background, that is fine as well. Finish this before the ad hits. Okay. Done. There we go. Now it's done.
Updated my journal.
Thank you for the follow. Okay. Hello and welcome. All right. Now it's done. I don't have the magic effect. I'm not good enough at art to do the magic effect. So, yeah. But it is done. I will get that drawing to you, and then the ad will hit in a couple seconds, and then I'll take a break. Everyone take a break. I can teach you. Yes, please.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Not right now, maybe. Definitely at some point, that would be cool. All right, let me just send. There we go. I love the anonymous follow, being shy myself, but I'm used to hearing people say my username. Okay. So, Ice no Tenshi. So Ice Angel, is that it? Welcome. Um okay. Yeah, I will be right back. I need to go to the bathroom real quick and such. I've been sitting here for 2 hours. I will be right back. Ad break's still going. Blah blah. Take a break as well if you can. I'll see you in a couple minutes. Hey, I managed to beat the ad break. But yeah, I'll take this moment. But yeah, Aqua, I would be very happy to learn, definitely. You can hear this. Ah. I do have. Oh, sorry, I missed that message somewhere. What are you doing? Raising funds for charity. True. I do have anonymous follows, though, given our overlapping circles could have come from Seahorse, Astral, Aqua, and so on. Right. Yeah, I think. I mean, I definitely. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Ads are over. I definitely learned about the anonymous follows from someone during the Trans Pride event that we had. Again, I completely forgot who. I watched so many new streamers during that week. And someone on there was talking about having anonymous follows, and then I noticed, oh yeah, right, there's no name popping up. So it could be that it's just cross pollination, right? Someone started it, and then other people adopted it. Seahorse verse, yes, that's very very true. Connecting with other streamers via charity is awesome. It really is. I mean, which one is this? How many? I mean the let me think. The Trans Pride thing was the real first big one that I did. Thank you for the head pat. It's one of the real big ones that I did with people like organizing and communicating with each other and chatting and doing all sorts of things together rather than just everyone doing their own stream. So yeah, I found a lot of awesome streamers that way. And now this is the second one, which is really really exciting. Yeah, that got big like fast. Yeah, it really did. that was a crazy week. A lot of fun. I can imagine though if you're organizing it, that it must have been quite a bit of headache coordinating that many people. Yeah. Huge shout out to Ray for helping coordinate group streams. Oh yeah, the whole calendar thing. Yes, definitely. Big shout out. Ray organized a behind the scenes organized a big calendar where everyone could just tell or just announce, oh, I'm streaming here to here, and then it all got put together. So that people could find others for games together, etc. So that was amazing work, definitely. I don't know if it's Seahorse or Code who's the mascot for this hypothetical 16-bit console. Who else? Yeah, it's definitely a central figure though. Very much so. That being said, now that I've finished the drawing, I don't know what to do. I do have Super C-Cat Entertainment System card boxes. Wait, what? As in, hold on. As in, you play them, or you? I'm a little bit confused. I know that's a reference to the SNES. At one point during stuff I was working on, I cloned SNES box art. Oh, okay. Artwork, right. Okay. I was thinking like, what is that? It's like, did you actually make like retro games in cartridges that you can then ship out as merch? Is that what's happening? My mind went way too far there. Rebranded my own stuff. Yeah, okay, that makes a lot more sense. We can do that. I mean, yeah, sure, yeah, making cartridges is definitely a thing, I guess. Um so yeah, artwork makes a lot more sense as something to have. um but yeah, I guess we're just sitting here for a bit and chatting. Like normally when it comes to charity streams, like that's the thing I've always done. Charity streams and special event streams. Um the thing I do is trucking. Uh bleh. I didn't feel like it this time. So I've done quite a bit of that. And I mean, with trucking as well, I really at some point, if I want to get more into it, I need to buy a steering wheel controller. That's the word. I don't know if it's actually called a steering wheel controller, but like an actual steering wheel and a gear shift and pedals. It is okay. Good. Queerport. Hey, thank you for the headband as well. How are you doing, Blair? Welcome. It's a Wii. Well, maybe not if you're driving a truck. Maybe if you're using it for something like Need for Speed, then yes. Working and lurking. Okay, then I hope you have a good uh a good work, a successful work. And yeah, thank you for lurking. Um if you're driving a truck like that, then you're gonna have a bad time. Or maybe a really good time. It depends on what you're trying to achieve. Um Apparently you can use it for all sorts of games. I've seen people speed run Alien Isolation using the steering wheel controllers. That was wild. Thank you for the stream for a great cause, being a good friend to us all. Well, that's very sweet. Thank you. Truck sims are so relaxing. They are. There's just something about them, right? It's like just the right amount of attention that you have to pay to it. Um And the rest you can just turn your brain off, right? And then just drive a truck. I don't know. It's like when you first hear it, Power Wash Sim is also very relaxing. It is. Um, I do find trucking more relaxing though. Because Power Wash, in some way, I think Power Wash Simulator feels a bit like, oh, I have to complete this. Um, right, it's like, oh, I have to finish cleaning this bit of wall, and then I have to finish cleaning that bit of wall, which can be very relaxing overall. But then I think at some point in Power Wash, you get down to pixel bitching, right? If it's like, oh, this thing is 99.5% clean, and there's like this one pixel that you haven't found that you need to spray water on, and then it'll ding and you'll get the money. And I kind of feel like that happens often enough to break the flow, if that makes sense. Like overall, yes, I agree, it is very, very relaxing. Um, but it's like the last bits, right? The pixel bitching at the end. Um, which doesn't happen with something like Trucking Sim. I mean, with Trucking Sim, you do get other drivers, and the traffic AI is not great, so that can be a point of frustration because traffic in general is not something you want to deal with. Once they added the make the thing flash that isn't done feature, got so much better. Yeah. Oh, that was so good. Um, you don't have to go hunt the entire level, especially if it's a big and complex level with a lot of nooks and crannies and such. Then again, I say truck simmers relax until it comes time to back the trailer up. Aha! This is where you practice. So I've probably told this story a lot of times because every single time I play Truck Sim, I tell this story. Um, Trailer backup is the one thing I'm proud of when playing Truck Sim because I practiced that. So during the tutorial, right, the tutorial in Truck Sim is super easy. You just stay in the same city basically. You pick up one thing, drive for like 2 kilometers, and then drop it off again. Um, and and when I went to the destination, they said, "Okay, so you now have the choice of either just pressing a button and the trailer will be parked on its own, or you can try to park the trailer yourself, which you have to do, but then you get more XP for it." And then I told myself, all right, I am going to use this tutorial and practice how to back up a trailer. And I will practice until I can do it. And yeah, 4 hours. Took me 4 hours to back up the truck? Yeah, something like that. So it took me several hours. So the tutorial, which was only supposed to last like 20-30 minutes, it took me several hours. And I backed up traffic along the entire road for many kilometers, just like standing in the middle of the road trying to back my truck up slightly, um until I got it right. And now I can actually do it. So that's one of the things, is like, I am so glad I invested the time to practice this, because now backing up trailers, at least in Euro Truck Sim, is is not a point of frustration anymore. Right? So at least that. I mean, I realize you have to practice for that and invest a lot of time, but like it's such a feeling uh of what do you call that? Like, I did this, I learned this, right? And every time you back up a truck, it's like, I learned how to do this. This is a skill I have now acquired. Um, I forgot the word. Is it like? I guess pride is part of it, but also like, of pride and accomplishment. There we go. It's a feeling of, yes, feeling of pride and accomplishment. Uh Character creation in a game took me an hour and a half, and that I changed general character and could restart anew. Yes, character creation in games is the toughest boss. Is always the toughest boss. Um, it's like you play, you start a new game, and it's like, oh no, it's character creation time. And then you spend 15 hours creating the perfect character, and you're like, I'm done playing this game. um, so I definitely feel that. It's always the roughest. And then you get a good idea halfway through, and it's like, oh, but I have to change this fundamental thing, and then you go back and undo all of your work. It's yeah. Especially with how detailed character creators have become. It's I have yet to really play a lot of modern games though, where you have that detailed of a character creation. Like I know you have that kind of creation even in games where you don't see your character a lot. Um so Code Vein. Yes, Code Vein. I know that one. Like it games like I don't know the Souls games or like Souls likes right Code Vein and things or like seen someone play Rise of the Ronin. It's like you don't see your character that often, and most of the time you're just looking at the back of their head, right? Um, or in many of those games, you're just wearing all sorts of armor and helmets. It's like, yeah, my character is somewhere under there. Uh, hooray! So yeah, the character creation in there was a menace. I've never actually played Code Vein. I've only watched a couple of people play it, but I can imagine a lot of character creators nowadays are like the Korean MMO style character creator, where you have like super detailed small changes that you can do to facial structure and such. It's like you always see ads for Korean MMOs, and the one thing that they advertise is the character creator and how many ways you can like change around your character. So that's the only thing I know about them. First upgrade that you had was it could toggle off the clothing so it doesn't screw the character it created. Yeah, but then in the game you're gonna run around with like costumes and armor and such. So oh man, the, they should shift the final boss to the front. Remember the first time I played Perfect World and how detailed it was for the time? It's my standards. Yeah. Um, Perfect World, I think was one of them I saw. Black Desert was another one that I saw. Um, I think I've only played one Korean MMO ever. Uh, Blade and Soul, I think. Was that the one? I think they're all kind of sort of similar, I guess. Um, yeah, there was like I was part of a league community, and a lot of people in there were like, "Oh, Blade and Soul, let's check this out." So we were all playing it together for a bit. Like, Blade and Soul was amazing. It was a lot of fun. But then very quickly you could see how grindy it got because you create all the details and then put a giant code on your gear slot. Yes. They made a toggle to switch it off. Yeah, that's also a thing, right? Toggling like helmets and shoulder pads and such just hide them. It's also like right, yes, because you made the character. Games with cosmetic microtransactions. You want you to make your character pretty as players. I can't even see my character most of the time under all these effects. Yes, very much so. It's I guess it's like you have character like the customization either in part with with how they look, like their face and such, or with costume. But not both, because those two cancel each other out, which is Like one of the most interesting customizations or like costume customizations I found was in
Updated my
DCUO.
journal.
Hey, thank you for following. Was in DCUO, which is the DC superhero MMO. And basically in there, they had a lot of gear slots, and you could just freely assign. You can collect different styles for each gear slot, and then you could freely assign whatever style you wanted for each. So you could make your superhero costume exactly how you wanted it. More or less. So like the looks of the character were very limited. You had like 3 different faces and like 3 different body types, and that's it. But the costume, you could make fairly intricate and just change it. And you could just change it on the fly. That's the best part. So you can just have different costumes, which is really cool. But fitting, for a superhero game. I think that game really understood what players were after. It's like, oh, I want to make a superhero with a specific costume, or like I want to look cool. I mean, really, superheroes are all about their costumes, or a large part of them is about that. So it's like, yeah, you get to modify that however you want. So that definitely played into the fantasy. That was a good design choice. There's so many games that I've played for a bit and then just never touched again. Which is I don't know. I guess as long as I had fun, it was good. Plus, I have such a huge backlog that I really need to get into at some point. The backlog is a lie. I try not to think about it mainly. It's just a giant pile of stuff you're never going to play. True. Now that you mention it, there are a handful of games that I do want to play at some point. There's a couple of role playing games and such, for instance, that I want to try. But yeah, most of the games I have on Steam, like a lot of them, I got through bundles or through other things, and I was just like, what are these games? I don't even know these games. I got like 50 games for free because of a chargeback error. So I'm not gonna complain, but then I was just sitting there with 50 additional games in my Steam library back when my library wasn't as big as it is now. I was like, what are these games? What's happening here? I don't even know what you are. Like, I have a whole category on my Steam library. Like, how you can sort games into categories? I have or had, I don't know if it still exists, but I had a whole category just going, WTF is this? Right, where I just put in all of the games that I just didn't know what they were. And it's just like, I don't know. I don't know where you come from. I don't know what you are. I don't know if I want to play you. I just shunt you in there. and then just leave you. Sometimes you'll discover a gem and you already have it. Oh, yeah, that happens as well. Seahorse introduced Cat Quest, and I had it and played it. Ooh, okay. I don't know about that one. But might definitely be worth checking out then. But that's another thing. It's like, I not only have a backlog, I also have a front log. There's like a million games. It's like, yeah, I should check this out. And then, yeah. Also, I have something in my cart. What do I have in my cart? Huh. Okay. If you have it, and suddenly suddenly I have a thing to play on Steam, on stream. Cat Quest. There's Cat Quest 2 and 3. Huh. Okay. 3 just came out this week. Okay, that explains why it's so expensive. What is this? Well, comparatively expensive. Oh, it's on sale. It's the whole bundle for all 3 items is 430 NT. How much is that in
Updated my journal.
dollars? Oh, thank you for following. Yeah, once again, follows are anonymous. If you do want to like announce that you have followed, you can use the I just followed redeem. How much is 430? Money exchange rate, please. Do thing. Convert. 12.5 euros. That's not bad. Or I could just get the first one, I guess. Cat Quest 1 is... Or I can get the demo. What is this game? Action RPG. It's an action RPG. Ooh. It looks kind of 2D. So I guess all action RPGs are 2D to some degree. Diablo with cats. Others say super cute Skyrim. Wow, this looks very, very impressive. No pressure if you don't already have it. I just figured it would be funny if it wasn't your bundles already got them. You know what? I'm also subscribed to Humble Bundle. So I just get a bunch of games and I don't know what they are. And at this point, I'm so stuck in it that I don't. That it's like, maybe I should unsubscribe from it, but then I never do. I don't have it in there. Okay. Gotten it from Humble a while back. Okay. It isn't Diablo with stats. Fixed items and stats. Ah! It has been in the Humble Bundle? Like the Humble subscription, right? The monthly games? Oh, there's the June games are out. Right. Did I miss it? I think got it from standalone bundle. Ah, okay. Because I'm subscribed to their Humble Monthly. So what I do is I just look at all of the games in there and I just put them all into one giant spreadsheet. And so if I ever want to buy something, I can search the spreadsheet to see if I already have it. Oh God, hold on. Okay. Which is useful? Oh my goodness. My spreadsheet is breaking. Okay. There we go. Um, but yeah, I don't buy a lot of standalone games nowadays. Because I keep thinking, oh, it might appear in a bundle at some point. I don't have that much time to play them anyway, and so on. Okay. So yeah. But yeah, I don't own it anywhere yet. Might be fun to check it out though. It's only like the first one is like 89 NT. How much is that? $3? $3.50 right now on sale. Sure. Steam, what is happening? Oh. Oh no, my payment infos got wiped because I changed country. Well, okay, I'll do that some other time. I'm not gonna do that right now. This is too much fiddliness. I would have to get my credit card out and blah, and I don't even know where it is right now. But yeah, that's I switched my Steam payment country thing to Taiwan. Because a lot of things are cheaper here. Which is it's wild how much cheaper they are. So switching was definitely worth it. And also my bank account here doesn't run on euros anymore. It runs on Taiwan dollar. So if I want to, use my bank account here, I shouldn't do euro chargings onto that because then it'll do conversion and I lose money and blah and it'll So but that does mean I have to re-input a lot of payment info stuffs into various websites or apps, not apps, like stores and such where I do payments. That's what happens if you do like an intercontinental move. There's a lot of things to take care of. Like, I'm pretty sure I still haven't canceled everything that is going on in Germany. I've managed to cancel most things that I could find. Like just regular payments for things I'm not using anymore. Because I don't live there anymore. But it's a lot. It's like how there's so much admin. Just being alive is so much admin stuff that it's And then all of a sudden you get a bill and it's like, oh right, there was this thing as well that I have to cancel. Right? It's like, oh no. And the worst part about Germany, not the worst part, there are a lot of bad parts. Part of why I left. But like Germany hates the internet for some reason. Yeah, being alive using tech passwords everywhere. I know. Like I have probably more accounts and passwords than my ancestors had, like people they knew. So it's not right. Humans were not meant to do this. But But yeah, so the a big problem that's a line. Yeah. Um it's not 100% mine. I saw something like that somewhere. But yeah, it's um but yeah, in Germany, they absolutely hate the internet. They hate doing things online. I do not know why. Like, I honestly do not know why German bureaucracy has such an aversion for online things. Um, Maybe there's like the post and package lobby that just keeps telling the government no internet evil or something. I don't know. I honestly don't know. But whenever you apply for anything, even if it's a freaking password change for some websites, like government websites usually, or when you apply for an account somewhere, and like, all right, we will send you your information by post. And they're like, really? I just wanted to do some online banking. I need to, transfer some money right now. And they're like, yeah, your letter will arrive in 2 weeks, and then you'll get your password in there. It's like a piece of paper that goes through more than a dozen hands is apparently safer than a message that you send online, an encrypted message. It's like, eh? Bernard! Hello! Hi! I'm very glad to have you here. And Awkward Pain, hello as well. How are you doing? Oh, hydrate. Okay, thank you. All right, hydrate and stretch. Oy. Oh. So when I want to tell my bank account in Germany, or when I want to tell my bank, like, yo, can you please can I change the address? The billing address to my current address here in Taiwan? First of all, I cannot do that online. The online form only accepts German um addresses. And then I'm like, oh, okay, well, maybe I can go into like advanced settings, like open up, like completely open all the features of my online banking account. Maybe I can change it that way and get in touch with someone. It's like, yes, of course. If you wish to open up all the features, we will send you a password by post. It's like, people, I am no longer on the continent. I live 9,000 kilometers away. If you want to send a letter over there, I can't even tell you where to send the letter because they still have my old German address. It's. So, German bureaucracy is just. Bleh. Just chilling at the moment. That is very, very good. Very good to hear. But yeah, it's. German bureaucracy is horrific. It is inhumane. It really is inhumane. Um, it's like if you get the COVID vaccine, right? If you get the shot and then you get like the electronic certificate that you got the shot and that you can show at places, or have it tracked and so on. It's like, yeah, here's a piece of paper with a QR code to scan, and that will give you the certificate. Like, are you serious? Are you for real? You're giving me like the electronic vaccine certificate comes to you by post. Like, what? And it's I don't know. It's I just hope none of you will ever have to deal with German bureaucracy. Um the E doesn't mean by eagle, give it to me by email. Yeah. Well, Germany is finally replacing or getting rid of fax machines in government institutions. Finally, in the year of our Lord 2024, they are finally starting to get rid of fax machines. They only recently officially ended support for the telegraph. I am not joking. This is not a joke. And they are now finally removing fax machines from government offices and institutions and such. But it's such a pain to have to deal with any official any official institution of sorts. Jasmine said they recently stopped using it. Not using. They haven't been using it for a while. But they've officially ended support for it. Right? So telegrams aren't a thing anymore. They haven't been in a long time. But up till recently, like policies and I don't know what else happens in the background. Like on paper, they were still supporting it. And they finally got rid of that recently. Which is like, wow. We're still in the 90s in Germany. Holy heck. Sounds awful. I've known people that haven't received government forms in the mail, but still get all their junk mail. I mean, I think the good thing about mail, and that's one of the good things about Germany. Like Germany, when you deal with any official institution and capacity, they are a stickler for rules. They really just, these are the rules, these are the regulations, and we stick by them. They can and will use that against you, but you can use that against them as well. Right. This is how long ago was this? 2007. How long ago was 2007? Like math? 17 years? 17 years. Okay, so this was, thank you, yes. 17 years ago. I can probably tell this story live on stream in public. So when I first moved to Germany for university back in 2007, they still had the draft. So Germany, one of the only European countries back then that still had the draft. So if you have mail on your documents, right, and you are 18 or older, you get to go to the armed forces. Hooray! And you don't get a say about it. Hooray! So I knew that was a danger, but I still wanted to go to Germany to study in university. And I moved there sometime like September or so, signed up and everything. And then a month later, in October, I got a mail in my mailbox saying, "Hey, yo, you're 19, you're in Germany right now. Please come to your physical examination for the military at this and this day." It's like, wait, what? Right? I figured they would eventually get me, but they got me within a month. That was crazy. So I got that when I was coming home in the evening, right? Opened my mailbox and found, oh, what is this? Is some sort of official, like it had the seal of like German of the German government on there. It's like, what is this? And then I panicked because of course I did. I was like, I just started studying here. I don't want to go to the military. What are you out of your mind? Luckily, more than a few people realized that like this is deeply unjust, right? Telling people to just, you have to go to the armed forces and only men, right? So there are a lot of arguments to be made that this is, you can't say it's unconstitutional because the draft is in the Constitution of Germany, which is holy heck, why? Um, so there is a conflict within the Constitution, within itself, because the first paragraph says all people are equal in front of the law. And then paragraph, I think 7 says all men have to go to the army. It's like, are you kidding me? But yeah, a lot of people are saying, yeah, no, this is dumb. Government shouldn't be able to just force you to go to the armed forces. So there is an entire charitable organization out there in Germany that is all about helping people not get drafted. I managed to call them that night. Right, they were still open for like half an hour. So I called them and I said, "Please help me! I got this letter. What do I do? Right? I don't want to go to the army." I was like, "What do I do?" And then they said, "Okay, is this the first letter you got? Is this just a normal, plain letter?" Like, yes, that's the one I got. Okay, nobody can prove that you ever received this. It could have gotten lost in the mail. And yeah, so all I burned the letter, and it was good, right? And then they warned me and said, okay, and then afterwards, right? If you don't appear on that date, they will then send you a tract letter. I don't know what exactly it's called, but like they will send you a letter where the mailman or the mail delivery person will have this signed form saying, yes, I 100% put the letter into the mailbox, and once it's in the mailbox, it's yours. So you have received it, right? So, but by that time, we can work something out. Right, like you can come in for a consultation, blah blah. That like it buys you about a month of time to figure out something. So it's like okay, I will burn the letter, and I didn't have to burn it. I just had to like tear it up, throw it away. But I wanted to make 100% sure. And then I went in for a consultation, and then I was there for about 2 hours, so they really took their time there. I was there for about 2 hours, and then they tried to find a way for me not to go to the army. And eventually we found, oh, okay, well, I only recently moved to Germany, but my family still lives in Taiwan. I went to high school there. I still have all of my documents from Taiwan. I plan to return there after I'm done. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Right. So my, what do they call it? My the center of my life is still in Taiwan, and I'm only in Germany to go to university. And that's a special clause they have. So if you're only here for a specific purpose, either a job or a university or something, and then you're leaving again, you can apply for the draft to not apply to you. So that's exactly what I did. I collected documents, all the documents. I asked my mom, like, Mom, can you please send me your employment, like that you're employed in Taiwan? And my dad is, so I said, Dad, can you please send me like a letter from your employer saying that you're not employed in Germany, that everyone is in Taiwan. I gave them a copy of my Taiwanese driver's license, of my Taiwanese residence card, of everything that I could find, an entire huge packet. And then I sent that one in. I just realized the story is really, really huge. Wish it was as simple there. Yeah, it shouldn't really be a thing. Draft is sucks. But yeah, so I sent off the letter on the day I was supposed to go to my physical examination, right? So I indeed I did get a second letter from them from the military. This time with the whole fancy envelope saying, yes, it has been delivered, da da da, all that thing. Please come here on this date. And then On the day I was supposed to have the examination, I went to the doctor. I didn't sleep all night, basically, and I went to the doctor and said, I'm not feeling well. Can I please get, you know, a what do you call it? Like a sick paper saying that I'm sick. The doctor was just like, okay, sure. Gave that to me. And then I put that into the packet with all the documents, sent that off. Um, and then the day got even wilder. So if you don't show up to the examination, refusal note. Yeah, that thing. Exactly. So if you don't show up to the examination, because this is law, right? You have to do it, and if you don't do it, you're doing a criminal act. They can and will send the police to your place to pick you up and drag you to the examination, right, to see if you're fit for military service. So I sent everything off, and because I hadn't slept the night before, I was lying in bed trying to sleep when suddenly my doorbell rings, and I open the door. There's a couple of people out there in suits saying, Berlin police, can we please come in? And then I panicked again. And it was immediately like, oh crap, I need to play sick. I need to convince them that I'm sick. However, they come in and then they say, all right, we are crime lab. We are criminal police. We are not standard police like in uniform. We are crime police. A crime has been committed in this neighborhood. We are gathering information. I was a potential suspect in a murder case. I was a suspect in a murder case. So there was a murder that happened in the neighborhood. And for some reason, so they knew that the suspect is Asian, and for some reason they knew that I am Asian, or at least half Asian, right? They probably just looked at a picture of me somewhere and was like, "Oh yeah, okay, this person fits. This person is a suspect or a person of interest," right? So they came to me, asked me a couple of simple questions, took a DNA sample, and then left. And then I was just sitting there going, what the heck just happened? Like the roller coaster of emotions I went through in those 15-20 minutes. It's just like, oh my god, they're gonna drag me off to the military. I need to play sick. And then they come in and saying like, yeah, there's been a murder here. You're a suspect. They didn't say you're a suspect, but they said there's been a murder here. We're gathering information. Can we please get your DNA? It's like, what? Like, it's it was a wild day. It was an absolutely wild day. And then afterwards it's just like I am done. I am going to sleep. Except I think I still went to my class at university later that day. I don't remember. Yeah, it's oh my goodness. I had so many thoughts and emotions going in on me, and the top one was just like, I'm sick, I have to show them that I'm sick. And luckily, I was apparently so convincing that one of them even asked, it's like, are you okay? Is everything good? And I said, yeah, I threw up this morning. I'm not feeling too good. So then they were like, okay. And then they left. So apparently they bought it. You know, but that was, oh my god, that was one of the craziest day in my entire life. Yeah, I can imagine that was, so yeah, that the coincidence that both of those things landed on the same day, right? My mustering, right? The examination and the crime police coming to my apartment. Both of those happening at the same day. It was like, what a coincidence, right? So obviously they showed me their badges, like, yeah, Police Berlin, can we come in? And my first thought was like, oh, they got me. So yeah, thanks for that, Pat. Yeah, and then eventually, like a couple weeks later, I think I got a reply from the military, and during that time, my mother and brother were visiting. Were visiting me in Berlin, and then I'm so thankful for this that the letter came the day or during the time they were visiting, because I was physically unable to open the letter. I just couldn't, right? Because like, what if they said that they didn't accept my like application to not go, to not have the draft, to not be included in the draft? So I handed that letter to my brother and say, "You open it, you read it." Because I could not do it, right? Because like my entire future basically back then rested on this one letter. Um, Luckily, like he opened it and said, okay, after examination of all your documents, we accept your application that you're not being included in the draft. And it's like, oh, okay. I don't have to go. So, and essentially, I didn't have to go until I finished studying my bachelor. And then afterwards, sure, it's open again. But by that time, that's like a couple of years from now, who cares? But in that moment, it's like, oh, good, I didn't have to go. And then while I was studying, the Minister for Defense just said, you know what? Let's just not get rid of the draft from the Constitution, but let's put that law to rest. I don't know how you call it, but essentially he just said, we'll comment it out effectively. We've accepted your application to the military. Oh no. I don't know what I would have done. Like, I was so determined not to go, I even said, yeah, no, if it comes down to it, I will break my own arm just so that I don't have to go. Like, I was that determined. Luckily, it didn't come down to that, but yeah. But then the Minister of Defense essentially just said, yeah, we're not, that law is now resting. It's still, we're not completely getting rid of it, but it's resting. It doesn't apply. That's been the case ever since. That was like a year or two into my studies. So now I don't have to worry about it. No one else has to worry about it, and it's really cool. But yeah, that was my adventures moving to Germany. Like I moved back to Germany after something like 12 years. I didn't know anyone. I didn't know the city. I didn't really know the culture anymore. I was just starting university, becoming an independent adult, and then all this. So, a very, very turbulent time to be thrust into, definitely. All right, ad is gonna start. I will go to the bathroom again real quick, and then I will be right back. Rest. Thank you for the headbands. Get up, stretch a bit, get a drink, and so on, etc. I will be back in a couple minutes.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Okay, I'm back. The ad's still running for a bit though, but I am back. I got some, filled up my water bottle. Right. Whew. Oh my god, it's 36 degrees. Are you kidding me? That is... I just realized I didn't text my boss. Let me just do that real quick. Okay, give me 2 minutes. Uh, okay. Alright, because my first class starts tomorrow. And I just want to make sure that I got all the details correct, like the starting time. Welcome back, thank you. The starting time, etc. That everything that is as it should be, so that I don't arrive late to the school. That's the important part. So yeah, I just texted my boss. I wanted to do that, and then I forgot. Good thing I checked. Okay. So yeah, welcome back, everyone. But yeah, wild times. That doesn't even include like the university itself and such, and all the other stuff. Oh my goodness. But yeah, that was. I don't know. I kind of.
Raiding party!
Oh my goodness.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Retty, hi. Welcome, welcome. Hello, Raiders. How are you doing? You were playing Fortnite. Ooh. Welcome, welcome. How did that go? Did you get a couple battle royales? No, victory royales. Is that what they called? I should know. I got some of them. But yeah, hi, welcome Raiders. My name is Chijin. I'm a Bard VTuber. I usually do old games and role-playing games and game design on stream, but today we are doing a charity stream with Pride Hearts for Youth Pride Inc., a charity that benefits queer youth, as the name implies, right? So, yeah. That's mate. I got a clutch one at the end, came close a couple times, we got one. Nice, nice. That's always good. Getting at least one while playing is always such a great feeling. You're like, ah, I own all of these 14-year-olds. Aha! My reflexes haven't gone rusty yet. That's I don't know. But yeah, welcome what it is. Welcome, welcome. We're currently just sitting here chatting. I didn't have anything prepared for this stream because the thing I did have prepared for last stream, I finished last stream, and now I'm kind of I don't know. So we're just sitting here chatting right now about life and about growing up, I guess. It's late there. Must be some pro street gamers in my lobby. Oop. I mean, late. Oh yeah, it's yeah, it's pretty late in the like in the Americas, isn't it? Good thing it's in third person. Yeah, I can't do FPS. I have boomer reflexes since about 20. Yeah, the reflexes. I trained. I tried to train those. I was like, I used to play a lot of League of Legends, Heck, I was in a League of Legends community. I was helping like run a League of Legends community way back when the game was still fresh. So it's now like what? Yeah, so also like 12, 13 years ago. You are a legend. Oh no. So I was helping run a League of Legends community, and one of the things was like, oh yeah, your mouse precision when you're clicking. That's just kind of important when playing League, right? That's one of the skills you need to have. So what I did was I played Osu, the music game. I played that extensively just to practice my mouse accuracy. And I got fairly good at that game. So ironically, I got fairly good at Osu, but I'm not all that great at League. So yeah. It didn't transfer as well as I had hoped. But yeah, so I actually did invest a lot of time and energy into practicing these skills just to get better at games. It's like what am I doing? Um so, eh. But yeah, it's definitely I definitely do feel it. Like a lot of my reflexes are not what they used to be. Um and a lot of games I'm having a lot of trouble learning, like RTS games. I want to attempt LOL again with bots. I mean, League of Legends, if you have a team of five, right? A team of five good friends who don't rage and who don't flame and all that, right? Who are chill about it. League of Legends is an absolutely amazing game. You can have so much fun with it if everyone on your team is just on the same page and just taking it easy. Like not taking it easy as in not trying to win and such, but taking it easy as in not blaming you for mistakes, right? That's the important part. Um yeah, no more randoms. That's not a thing. Um so if you have a team of 5 or even a team of 4 can help, right? But to be safe, have a group of 5 cool people. Um and then just play some League, whether bots or against other people, it doesn't matter. Like it's still a really fun game. But I will not play it unless I have a full team going in. A random salt mine. Oh, yes. The amount of it's mostly like when I play with randoms. I realize when I still used to do that. Like I realize my anxiety just spikes just completely because I know I'm not that great at the game, and then I expect everyone to flame me right from the start. So if I just start playing, my anxiety just goes through the roof. And at some point, I was just thinking, why do I do this to myself? My model did go to sleep. Hello? Oh, okay. Thank you for reminding me. I don't know what happened there. Did VTube Studio just decide it's not tracking anymore? I don't know. Okay. Lost tracking? Yeah, probably. I've played with random, so I don't chat with them. The problem, yeah, I feel that, but the problem is when they start chatting at you. It's like, why are you so bad? Stop dying, you suck, blah. And then they say extremely nasty things, and it's hard to tune out when you're in the middle of a game. Right? If it's just online somewhere, I can kind of tune it out, or just kind of block or ignore them or something. But if it's in the game, you're like, I have to spend another 20 minutes with these people, and I have to perform for these people. They're like, I really don't wanna. I really feel that way a lot too. Yeah. So playing playing games with randoms is always very hit and miss, and with League especially, it's more miss than hit. which is sad. So yeah, if you do get a group of 5, absolutely awesome. Ton of fun. Just playing a couple games here and there. But yeah, it's an ordeal. So and it's just something I don't need in my life. And it like all of the randoms yelling at me. It's just I don't need that. I already have myself. So uh yeah. So really I feel like a lot of games are like this. It's like they're a lot of fun when you play them with good friends. Or with just with cool people. But you would never play them just on your own. Like Fortnite as well. A lot of these games like Fortnite, I play occasionally with others, but again, only people that I know. I don't play it with randoms. Same reason, right? Exact same reason. It's a high pressure environment, and that tends to bring out a lot of salt and a lot of people, and I don't need that in my life. Right? Same, yeah, exactly. Um, even though a lot of cool games are multiplayer, it's like I need more people to play with. I definitely need more people. It's like what Helldivers 2, there's Sea of Thieves, there's heck, I have yet to play multiplayer. Well, not really. I've yet to play, but like multiplayer Age of Empires is also something I really want to try. Never solo queue except in CS. Ooh. And you are much braver than me. I have to go to sleep, work in the AM. Oh, yeah. Okay, thank you. Thanks again a lot for the raid, and have a very, very restful sleep. And I wish you sweetest of dreams. And yeah, have a good start to the day tomorrow. Have a good night. Um, but yeah, there's a bunch of awesome looking multiplayer games. Like Deep Rock Galactic, I've played once. That was a lot of fun. Age of Empires 2. I've played like once online with a friend. Keep Talking Nobody Explodes. That one's also a huge amount of fun. I've yet to play things like Lethal Company or Content Warning. Like I own those games. I bought Lethal Company shortly. Like I bought the dip essentially. The Lethal Company was huge, right? Everyone and their toaster was playing it. And then I was like, huh, maybe I should buy it and get into it. And then I bought it. And then it just dropped off the face of the earth. No one was playing it anymore. It's like, oh, okay, that's cool. um, what do you think of Insurgency Sandstorm? I don't actually know that one, but I'm assuming that's another FPS. I don't actually know all that many FPS games. I don't play them all that much. Like I used to play a bunch of Overwatch back when it was still a thing, back before Blizzard was as obviously the huge, greedy, awful stain of a company that it is now. I used to play that quite a bit, and then I only really play Fortnite nowadays. Every now and then with a couple of people. Guess it's along the lines of Battlefield, but more realistic. Okay. Um, but yeah, I honestly just don't know the game, so I don't have any opinion on it in either direction. I don't usually play competitive games. I play a bit of League this week for the first time in like 2 years. Yeah. I play multiplayer games like Gloomhaven or BG3. Yeah. Like co-op multiplayer games. Yes. Those are a lot of fun as well. Definitely. It's yeah, some games I also enjoy playing co-op more than competitive. Like Civilization or Age of Empires or things like that. I would rather play them co-op than against each other. Right, so I would rather have, like, if we play Age of Empires, I would rather have all of us on one team against a whole bunch of AI rather than us against each other. I know it's just what I prefer. It's one of those super hardcore realistic tactical FPS games, and it's co-op. Ooh, okay. Tactical FPS, right? Okay. Um, yeah, I don't play a lot of those because I'm not very good at them, and also I I enjoy other games more, other genres more. Um, so I'm not very well versed in the field of FPS. Do some Civ 6 soon? Yes. Definitely. Um, that is, I mean, Civ 6 is, they just announced Civ 7 though. Like, holy heck. And then it's like, wait, Civ 7? Yeah, because number 6 is 8 years old. That's like how time passes. Um, but that also probably means they're not releasing any new stuff for 6, which, that's okay. It is already very huge. And I know a lot of people have been playing Baldur's Gate 3 co-op. Uh, though to be fair, I have been avoiding everything concerning Baldur's Gate 3 because I do not want to get spoiled. I don't own the game yet. Which is, yeah. But I really don't want to get spoiled on it, so I've, like, whenever someone has been making posts about it or streaming it, I'm like, I'm not here. Like, I might go in there and lurk, but then I'll switch out the tab to something else because I want zero spoilers as much as possible, which is very, very difficult. But yeah. So I don't know too much about it. I'm just happy it exists because Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 are excellent games. That reminds me, I still have to play through Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. Well, I'm almost done with Baldur's Gate 1. I still have to play through 2 on stream. Not a spoiler about the game. I'll say be prepared for it to take 100 hours for the first game. Yeah, I can imagine. I can definitely imagine. Like, I read or watched a couple of interviews with Sven, what's his face? Like the dude who runs Larian. Like the nerdy guy. He's, oh my god, he's so awesome. He is so much not a businessman. He is so much just the awkward nerd. It's like, what he has so much one of us energy. It's beautiful. Um, I watched some of those things, and I watched the like the alpha presentation that they had. Lurk heading out to have a lurk. Oh yeah, right, Leighton. Thank you for being here, and thanks again for the big donation. That was really, really awesome. Have a good lurk. But yeah, the big the alpha presentation that they had where they showed actual gameplay of the alpha version, right? And they started out with saying, yeah, this is the opening part of the game. A lot of things don't work. And in that build that he was using, the save function was broken, so he couldn't save the game. Which, that was a choice, to show that build. And he's like, yeah, all the bugs you are seeing, we are seeing as well. So we're using this as well to like quash some bugs and improve. This is just alpha, yada yada yada. And I mean that everything that could go wrong in that presentation went wrong in an excellently good way. So there is one fight in the beginning of the game, and the first time he played it, he died in that fight and got a game over like 10 minutes into the game. And it was like, oh, I couldn't save, so let's restart from the beginning. So he just restarts, goes through the whole thing again. There's a lot of funny bugs, a lot of strange things happening, goes through the tutorial dungeon and so on. And then at the very end, after something like an hour of the presentation where he's playing the game, or an hour and a half, it's like, all right, this is now the exit of the dungeon, so let's go out and continue. We're close to the end of the presentation here, so let's head out of the dungeon. Exits the dungeon, it loads the overworld map, flickers, and then the game just crashes. Just crashes the desktop. So that was the absolute perfect ending to showing off your alpha build. And that was just the chef's kiss, you know? Like everything that could go wrong just went wrong in the most perfect way. And the way that presentation is ended is just like, yeah, no, it crashed. Awesome. I mean, luckily the whole audience was just, yeah, exactly, it's perfection. I mean, the audience was good sport. Like they understood it was an alpha build, and Swen warned them, saying like, yeah, it's full of bugs and everything, and he showed off enough gameplay for people to get a taste of what to expect. But yeah, it was pretty good. And then you could see him just standing on stage, being completely awkward and not knowing what to say. It's like, hi, yes, let's take some questions now. But you could just see him being there as like 100% like the adorable nerd, one of us, like just being on there, and that was pretty cool. Our alpha build blew up. Yes, exactly. Like that, you couldn't have planned a more perfect end to the gameplay exhibition for that. It's just beautiful. So that's the only thing I know about the game. I only know that there's a tutorial dungeon. I've seen the opening movie a couple times because it's a really cool opening movie. But that's it. I don't know too much more about the game. I do know that it's really, really deep, and that Swen is a big, big opponent of any form of railroading, which works a bit to the game's detriment. But that, like, you can try anything and everything will have consequences, which, like, holy heck, putting that into a video game is, yeah, it's really amazing. It's the game I've always dreamed of. But heck, I can now see why the development took that long. So I will get it at some point. I have to. Like, I grew up with Baldur's Gate 2. I grew up with two video games that defined my childhood. The first one, or three video games. I'm becoming the Spanish Inquisition here. It's like, no one expects us, our strength is this and this. Okay, our two strengths are this and this and this. Okay, our three strengths are this. Okay, whatever. Three video games that defined my childhood. Baldur's Gate 2, Diablo, the first one, and Age of Empires, also the first one. So these three games hold a very special place in my heart. They absolutely, like, those were the games I played as a kid. And they really entrenched what I enjoy about games and the things I love. And also really got me into game design. Right? Those games, especially Baldur's Gate 2, got me into game design. Though funnily, I found Baldur's Gate 2 after I found D&D. Or rather, I found Baldur's Gate 2 because I found D&D. Back then, it was still AD&D 2nd edition. That's the not 18. Oh my god. Captions, what are you doing? Anyway, I hope you know what I mean. So Advanced Dungeons and Dragons 2nd edition. That was the one I started with. The red box. And that game was so magical. And holy heck, it inspired my creativity to like hitherto unknown levels. That I just dived headfirst into that and never left. I'm still in there. I remember I wanted to try Diablo 2 because they said it was super gory and demonic, like the FPS games I liked. Yes. Yes, but it is 2000, year 2000. Right, demonic and gory. So temper your expectations, right? If you look at it now, a lot of it is very pixely. And there are other games, like the level of like goriness and violence and such that we just take as given in games has steadily risen. So for back then, for the year 2000, yes, Diablo 2 was brand new. It's kind of like Mortal Kombat, right? Mortal Kombat back when it released was like, holy heck, how is this thing so gory and violent? And if you look at the old Mortal Kombats now, you're like, yeah, I can see that it's violent, but compared to today's standards, it's not special. Like, it's not mild or mellow in any way, but it's not like groundbreakingly special that caused all moral guardians to just lose their heads. Right? Original Zelda, Mario 3 were the two when I was a kid. Ooh. When I was a teen, was games like Lufia 2. So consoles, right? Yeah, consoles and the NES. I never grew up with a console. I didn't really have one as a kid. So that's something I missed out on. Like PC games, old PC games and such. Yeah, sure, I've heard of a lot of them. I've even played quite a few of them. But console games? No. That was a whole section of gaming that I never entered because my parents didn't like gaming. This was like some years before Diablo 3 came out. Right. But yeah, if you have you played Diablo 2 then in the meantime? Soon after I got on computer, it was in Diablo 2, Warcraft 2, Might and Magic games. Oh, the Might and Magic games. That's also another one I want to play on stream because that's another one a lot of people don't know, I think, or have like nostalgia for. So Might and Magic. So the first games really were Baldur's Gate 2, Diablo, and Age of Empires. I think Age of Empires was my first game ever, first video game ever. And then after that, I branched out more. And then one game I played a lot was Might and Magic 6. Might and Magic 6 was the one I really played a lot of. And then there's 7, and then recently I've been playing some 8. All the Might and Magic games available on GOG. Yes, I know. I bought the whole pack. I bought all of them. I don't know why. I just bought them. But yeah. But the best thing is because Might and Magic 6, 7, and 8 run on more or less the same engine, which back when Might and Magic 8 came out was a big negative for the game because the engine was quite dated at that point, and you could tell it was dated at that point. So the game was not like technically not up to a great standard. But what that allows us to do today is there is a mod called the 678 Merger, which allows you to play Might and Magic 6 and 7 inside Might and Magic 8. So basically, all three games will then use MM8, and you can switch between them. You can take the same party and travel between them and such, and that sounds like a really cool thing that I want to try. There's not too much documentation on the mod, sadly, but I want to see if I can get it to work. Other people have, right? So it's possible. And then stream that, and then just go through the three Might and Magic games that I really played. First game was Contra on a bootleg Malaysian Famicom. Nice, very nice. Yeah. So that's it. I still remember. I didn't know what bootlegging was back then when I was a kid, but I think I was trying to essentially circumvent things without knowing that was the case. So eventually at some point, I forgot when exactly, but when it was pretty new, I think when the N64 came out. When was that? N64 came out in 1996. Wow, that was ages ago. Holy heck. Came out in Japan in 1996. Yeah. I mean, they do sometimes have staggered releases depending on region. And it had 2 extra fire buttons on it. It was Super Micro Genius and had 2 extra fire buttons. Oh, so you could do like, I don't know, press extra? Maybe. Maybe they just got a random controller on and just said, yeah, this fits close enough. Whatever, we'll just do it. Released in Japan, June 23, 1986. Okay, so I think it may have been Christmas that year then. Maybe. I don't quite remember. Where Candy! Oh my goodness! Hi! Hello! How are you doing, Candy? It's nice to have you here. We're just chatting about random things. But yeah, my dad got me a N64 for Christmas, and it came along with Super Mario 64. And that just came completely out of the blue, right? It's like, oh heck, I have a console now. So the thing is, though, we lived back in Taiwan, or we lived in Taiwan during that time, and the console market of Taiwan is the Japanese market, or follows the Japanese market, right? So the console was the Japanese N64, the game was the Japanese version of Mario 64, which means I couldn't read anything. I had no idea what was going on in the game. I was just playing it. And eventually, I got another game, a second game for my N64. I only had 2 games for it, called Wave Race. Except the Wave Race I got was from the US. I forgot how I got it. Maybe we had been visiting the US and I just saw that game there and it's like, yeah, sure, let's buy a second game for it. And what they did was the cartridge of the Japanese cartridges and the US cartridges had slightly different plastic moldings. Very slight. So the bottom back corners of the cartridges had an indent. In the Japanese one, the indent was moved inside a bit, and on the American ones, the indent was flush with the corner. And of course, inside the console, you had a plastic peg that would slot into this indent. But because it was a Japanese console, it would only fit the Japanese cartridges. If you tried to put in an American console, it would bump against the cartridge because the indent was positioned wrong, was aligned wrong. Right? And that was how they did region locking. Simply by having different shapes of cartridges. That's how they did it. So, hope stream is going well. It is, actually. Surprisingly well. Yes, old school region lock, definitely. So, there was this intermediary cartridge thing that you could buy that could fit any cartridge onto any other cartridge, right? So it was just an adapter. But apparently that thing was bootleg. Apparently that thing was not an official... I mean, obviously it's not an official Nintendo product because they want the region lock. They're not going to sell you this thing to bypass it. So I was looking at various stores whenever they sold Nintendo stuff. I was like, "Oh, do you sell this adapter?" And all of them either didn't know what I was talking about, or trying to get me to stop talking about it, because you don't do that. Nintendo doesn't like that. So I never got it. So I was not able to play my US cartridge on my Japanese console. So, so that happened. I don't know if I'm less knowledgeable about JRPGs or Western RPGs. Ooh. I don't know anything about JRPGs. To be fair. I know names. I've seen a couple people play them. I've seen speedruns of some of them. But I basically know nothing about them, really. I haven't even played Final Fantasy VII. The biggest one in the West back when I was playing. I haven't even played that one yet. So, well, I've played a bit of it, but not a lot. My friend had something gone on the top of their console. Yeah. It basically looks like a cartridge, except the bottom is like a normal cartridge that you can slot in, but then the top is like another bit where you can put a cartridge on there. Right? It had all the pin connectors for that. So that may have been it, and you just put it into the slot for the cartridges, and it's just like it's like an adapter, a plug adapter for like sockets or plugs, right, for your electronics, right? If you travel or for whatever reason you need an adapter for that, right? You just put that. It plugs into the socket, and a plug can plug into that. Right, a cable can plug into that, and then you just have it there, and it connects the two. So it kind of worked like that. So yeah, very likely that's what it was. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch, Candy. Oof. Okay, gotta crack my spine. Most of it's just found on the open seas of the internet. Yeah. How things have changed. I think a lot of old games that I used to play are completely abandoned. I can only find them online on some websites. Like abandonware websites and such. Another game that I played a lot was Holiday Island, which is a game where you build out. It's kind of like a city builder, but instead of building a city for people to live in, you're building a holiday tourist destination kind of thing. A very old school, but a lot of fun back then. And I have so many Windows 98 games on CD. Yeah. Same. We bought huge packs of CDs as well. It just came like, oh, like Gold Games Collection number 3, Gold Games Collection number 4, or whatever they were called. I don't remember. And it's like, get 30 games in one go. Like okay, sure, let's just buy that. And then I played like 2 games or 3 games from the whole collection, because the rest was just cheap shareware games. But that's how we got Might and Magic, funnily enough. Might and Magic, both 6 and 7, were in two different of those gold games collections or whatever they were called. Which had like, I don't know, 30 CDs in them or so. Back in the day as well. There's so many games that I need to show, but I'm so glad that GOG does a lot of these old games, because what they do is they make it possible to play these games on new machines. That is such a big help. Not having to go through setting up various things or changing the settings of your computer or whatever just to get the game to run on modern machines. You can just they did all the work for you. Right? You can just get the game and run it on your PC. My family bought a mega pack of games for Christmas one year. It had 50 discs. Oh, 3.5 floppy. Oh my goodness, that's old school. Games like Commander Keen and Hugo. Hugo! Oh, I remember that one. Oh. There was a game show in Germany for a long time that did Hugo stuff. And what you would do is they would run the game on the TV, and you would or you could call in, right? You call into the show, and they would talk about it, and then they would run the game, show it, broadcast it on TV, and then whoever was calling in would use the numbers on their phone to control Hugo. Right? So it's like, okay, you have to press left and right to dodge. So you press, I don't know, 4 and 6 to dodge all of the things. And then the caller would watch the gameplay on the TV and then press 4 and 6. And you could hear the dial sounds whenever they pressed the buttons, right? When they were playing the game. Yes, they did that. It was a really, really old show. Where they had callers play Hugo on TV. It was crazy. Yes, I know. That's probably why a lot of people failed the games, even though the games are super simple, right? A lot of people didn't make it because of the delay. Um, Let me see. If I can find it. Um, Hugo Computerspielreihe. There we go. Oh my god, there was a lot of Hugo games. Oh, Hugo was specifically created for the TV show. Ah. So the Hugo games were specifically made for the TV show, which started in 1990 in a couple of countries, apparently. Yeah. So in Germany, it started 1994. Yeah, that's when it started. I don't know how long it ran. Uh, but yeah. So all of those games were for the show. Huh. That's interesting. It's as old as me. Ayo. Dang. But yeah, that's why I remember watching it as a little kid, being like, "Oh my god, they're playing a game on TV. That's so awesome." Like, yeah. Um so yeah, that's pretty wild. Um I'm wondering where Seahorse is in the discussion about obscure 90s TV shows. Oh no. I mean, if Seahorse is resting, then that's completely understandable. Or is busy with something else. Don't feel obligated. Um, but yeah, Seahorse also like. I feel like when I watch other retro gamers, so it's like I feel like I fall into this weird in between. So a lot of retro gamers do console games, right? Because probably also they grew up with them and they grew up with console, which was apparently a lot bigger than PCs back in the day, right? So they play a lot of the retro console games. And then there are some people who play like really retro games, which were like a couple of years before my time even. Um like the really old RPGs, for example. Or like the old like Might and Magic 1 and 2, right? That deals from the late 80s, early 90s or so. That time, which is a bit too early for me. And then I come in and I was like, yeah, I started playing in the mid 90s and there's a whole bunch of cool games that came out like second half of the 90s, early 2000s that a lot of people that still leave their marks today, but that a lot of people don't know. Right? It's like, why do we have a Baldur's Gate 3? Because there was a 1 and 2. Why do we have a Fallout 4? Because there was a 1 and 2, right? And also a 3 and apparently 76 and I don't even know anymore. Anyway, so a lot of these older ones that are not super retro or vintage, I guess. They're not vintage games. Um but they're like the first generation of games that are still being or of series that are still alive today. Um but hardly or not a lot of people played them. Like a lot of people's like, I'm playing Fallout, and then they just mean Fallout 3 or 4. It's like I'm playing Baldur's Gate and they just mean Baldur's Gate 3. Right? It's like, yeah, but yeah, there is an actual game called Fallout. It's the first one, and an actual game called Baldur's Gate. It's also the first one. You know, these things exist, and they're cool, and people should know about them. So, I guess, yeah. I guess that's where I come in. It's probably cheaper to get a console than a PC. Possibly. I mean, consoles were pushed like crazy, right? Consoles were that's why the market crashed back in 83. Um because consoles were just way overproduced and way pushed into every household. That's probably why you could get them for pennies on the dollar. Um so it was probably a lot cheaper to get consoles back then. Definitely cheaper to get a console. Yeah. So we had a family PC back then, and I think it ran 95 or 98. I forgot, but one of those, right? So that's how I started my gaming. Well, not quite. My dad had a really old work laptop that weighed something like 10 kilos or something. Probably not, but you know, it was one of those huge brick work laptops, and he had a couple of MS-DOS games on there. Um, So that was my first introduction to gaming. But then the real gaming was Age of Empires on our family computer back then. Retro for me, like a whole, is anything made before the advent of high quality accelerated 3D graphics. Uh, okay. Okay. Fair. uh some folks calling the original Modern Warfare trilogy retro. Oh, oh. No, I'm old now. I feel old now. Let me just lie down in my coffin and go to sleep and never wake up. Consoles are still cheaper, true, but I use my computer for far more than consoles are used for. Yeah, that's also a big thing. Like if you buy a PC, you use it for a lot more than just gaming, I guess. Though on the other hand, if you are buying a PC for things other than gaming, you can get by with like, I don't know, $200 or $150, right? It's all the gaming stuff that makes a PC so expensive. All the performance that you need for that. We did have multiple PCs and a GameCube, but I didn't really have access to the PC games except for a Cinderella castle building game. Oh, that sounds interesting. Could barely read it. I didn't know what was going on. I feel that. I feel that so much. First computer we had just DOS. Yeah. And key graphics games. Well, the work laptop from my dad, I think it already ran Windows, possibly 3.0. I don't remember. I don't remember. I didn't know things back then like that. I was like, what, 6 years old or something. But yeah, so it did have some sort of graphical user interface. Maybe? Actually, let me think. Let me think. It had graphics. So the games we played definitely had graphics. But to get to the game, you had to navigate through DOS. You had to enter the correct DOS commands to launch the game in there. So yeah, that's what it was. So the games had graphics, but you still had to use the computer with DOS. Okay. Which was a lot like that back in the day, right? You had to run like /run and then type the name of the game, etc. So yeah. Not to say I agree with them. Okay. I mean, yeah, it is very subjective. I guess a lot of people born in the new millennium would regard everything before as retro, or maybe things before 2010 as retro. Which, I mean, yeah, we're all just getting older, I guess. Gold Miner was a game we played a lot, as well as some sea trading game. Ah, I think I know some of those. Maybe similar games as well. Yeah, definitely. Um, the game I had mainly back then was this ant maze game where you had tiles and you had this ant walking through a maze, and you had to rotate and move around the tiles so that the ant doesn't run into a wall. That's what we had mainly, and it was like, ooh, that's so funky. You can like do things in real time. What is this? Um, but yeah, it's um, that's basically what I started with. And yeah, trying to remember all of that. First game really Age of Empires. I mean, I still play a lot of old games today. Games that I've kind of played back then, but never really because I wasn't very good at games back then. Yeah. So I did a whole series where I played Settlers 3 on stream, and back then I sucked at the game. And then I played it some more, and there was actually one viewer on here who played the game a lot, still plays it. There's still a whole community playing it. And he invited me to a couple of games just to teach me how to play. That was, wow, really cool. That and then Caesar 3 as well, that I played a bunch as a kid, but I had no idea what I was doing. And again, someone actually made videos to teach me how to play the game. So holy heck, thank you to those viewers. Like that's wild. But yeah, I got a lot better at just old games. So it's like I want to replay some of the old games just because I can experience them more deeply now. There's some other games, old games I want to stream as well. that I played a bit as a kid, but haven't touched in ages. I just found gameplay of the Cinderella game. I don't know if my game had the German audio, which also explains it because I didn't understand anything. Makes sense. Makes sense. That's kind of like my Mario 64 experience I get, right? Because all the text was in Japanese, so I had no idea what I was doing in the game. I mean, a lot of it is self-explanatory, right? You run around, you jump on enemies, you collect coins and stars, awesome. But then there's some mini games in there, like some races or some other things that you need to do, where I had no clue what was going on, um, because I couldn't read. I think I had Caesar 4. I also have Caesar 4, but I never played it as a kid. I only played Caesar 3 as a kid. So that's also potentially I want to try Caesar 4. And there's a lot of games in that series, a lot of these city builder, city manager games in that series. And there was one set in ancient China called Emperor that I played a lot. So I was definitely feeling the itch of like playing something like that again. I think I played Caesar 4 once. I mean, sure, you know. And I like the older games can be pretty overwhelming because a lot of them came with manuals, printed manuals that you would read before playing the game, right? We don't have those anymore. So a lot of those games are pretty overwhelming nowadays. Because you have to learn everything on the fly or while playing, and a lot of things the game doesn't teach you because it expects the manual to teach you. So, hooray. You read those? I did. I love reading manuals. I still do. But yeah, an ad is gonna start soon again, so again, I've been drinking a lot, which I guess is a good thing, but that also means I need to head to the bathroom again. So yeah, I will once again see you all in a little bit. Get up, stretch, have a drink, walk around a bit if you can. Don't sit on your butt the whole time. Is not healthy. I need to change that as well. But yeah, I will see you in a little bit. Going to have a lurk? All right, Outward Pain. Have a good lurk. Thank you for being here. And yeah, happy time zone to you as well. All right. I shall be right back.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Okay, I'm back. Don't want to get out of bed? Well, can you afford to stay in bed for longer? I don't know. But I understand the bed is awesome. Bed is very comfy. Um, Holy heck, every time I have AC on here in the office. Or like study, I guess. Not office, study. I have AC on in the study. Um so it's okay in here. But whenever I step out to go to the bathroom or to get water or whatever, oh my god. It's oh hey. Welcome back everyone. Um we have hit yet another record high temperature. Hooray. So these past few days, we've always been hitting like every single day this year. Not every single day this year, but more often than not. Like I look at my temperature indicator on my computer. Right. I have this thing running in my taskbar, and it shows me the temperature and then the weather, and it also shows if it's a record high or so. It's like it's been a record high so many days. And it's how warm is it? Well, right now it says it's 33 degrees. Though it did say 36 earlier. Let me check my phone. Let me just reply to my boss real quick. Okay. That is too warm. Let me see my weather app on my phone. Come on. But yeah, my computer says for the whole city it's like 30. It was 36 earlier, now it's 33. But the problem is also, okay, 34. 66% humidity where we are. And that's because like it's not as humid because it rained a lot yesterday. Like we had a lot of rain yesterday. So that got a bit of the water out of the air. But yeah, 66% humidity, that's low for here. That's quite low. A couple of days ago it was like 87, 90. Then you could really feel it. Like you just get out of you just step out or you just stand there. Right? And within a minute you'll have a layer of sweat all over you. Just because it's so hot and humid. So yeah. So thank goodness for air conditioning, I guess. I'm not looking forward to going to work tomorrow. Well, no. I'm not looking forward to the commute. Because I will have to walk around outside for a bit. Be like, I will arrive at the office or at the school and be hopefully not be completely sweaty. Imagine having air conditioning. I know, I'm so sorry. Is it possible to get like a small unit? I don't know. I know Germany doesn't have anything in that regard. It's super difficult and probably super expensive. Just you can try building a like a bucket cooler. I guess I'm lucky we don't need that badly here for now. Yeah. But I actually built a bucket cooler that kind of worked. So what you do is you have a normal bucket, a water bucket, something like, I don't know, 5 to 10 liters, or even larger if you want. And you insulate it with styrofoam. And then you drill a couple of holes into the side. And then you have the lid, and you drill a hole on the lid, in the lid. And what you do is you put ice into the bucket, close the lid, and then have a small fan blowing air into the bucket through the hole in the top. What happens is the air gets sucked into the bucket, mixes with the ice, gets cooled down a bit, and then comes out the holes on the sides. And it actually works. It actually works. Right? I had it once when I had a couple of friends over, for example, and we were all sitting around our table playing board games. So I had that bucket sitting underneath the table, blowing cold air out, and so all of our feet were cool. Right? And that helped a lot. So there are like YouTube tutorials for that, and yeah, I managed to build one. I just went to the Baumarkt, the hardware store, and just bought like small like pipe sections, PVC pipe sections, just a simple bucket and a small fan and some duct tape and styrofoam and all that. I just bought all of that, went home and built it. So and it worked. It actually worked. That was so cool. So that can and you can keep the ice in its bag. That's a good thing, right? You can just have an ice in the bag, put it in there. When it melts, you just put it back into the freezer. You didn't even need to open the bag or anything, right? And it does a good job. So it'll help you cool down, like I don't know, cool down your feet and your legs when you're sitting at your desk, or maybe you can blow it over your bed while you're sleeping, depending on where you can put it, etc. It's not gonna do a lot, but it might help a bit. Yeah, I found it on YouTube somewhere. And then promptly I found a video on YouTube where someone built that and then put dry ice into there without any covering, without any bag, just pure dry ice. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you just putting dry ice into the bucket, have it blown all over your apartment, and have all the doors and windows closed because you're trying to cool it down? Like, huh? What? And then the top comment on that video was, of course, all right, next week, how to heat your car with your exhaust. So, yeah. Just use normal ice. It's good enough. Yeah. At those temperatures, it doesn't do anything different. Like water has a huge heat capacity, so it's really good. And just keep it in the bag so that when it melts over time, it just stays in the bag, and you just pop the bag back into the freezer, and you can have like 2 or 3 bags that you rotate, and done. Very simple, and it doesn't cost a lot. And if you don't use it, you have a funny bucket to show. I do think last year was not that hot. It was kind of okay. Yeah, it's always a gamble. Right? Sometimes like, oh yeah, this year is okay. We're only getting to 30, and then some years it's like 40 degrees. Hooray! It's like, oh no, please. But yeah, I think one good thing is depending on where you live in Germany, it's not too humid. So that also works. Because one year I did learn about wet bulb temperature. And that is horrifying. Actually, I mean, it's just a scientific concept, but the way it applies to temperature is, or to like hot summers, is horrifying. So, wet bulb temperature, for those who don't know, usually if you have a thermometer outside, it measures the dry bulb temperature. Dry bulb, so called because think like an old school thermometer, like alcohol or quicksilver or whatever, right? It has a bulb on the bottom which stores all the liquid, and then as it heats up, the liquid expands, and that's what you read, right, on the actual thermometer. And the bulb is usually dry, right? You don't do anything to it. You just hang it outside, and it reads the temperature. Wet bulb is where you put like wet cloth around the bulb and then just swing it around so that it evaporates and cools down the bulb, and then you read the temperature of that. And what that does is, if the humidity is not at 100%, then water is going to evaporate around the bulb and cool it off. Right? And how much it can cool it off depends on how humid it is, and also sometimes how hot it is. And then you can tell what the wet bulb temperature is, and usually it's slightly lower than the dry bulb one. And what that means, why is that significant? Because humans cool down using evaporation, right? We sweat, and the sweat evaporates from our skin, and that's what keeps us cool. But if the humidity is too high and or the temperature in general is too high, then you can only cool down so much using water evaporation. So if the humidity is 100%, then dry bulb temperature is exactly the same as wet bulb temperature because no water can evaporate anymore, right? The air is full. If the dry bulb is like 50 degrees or something, then wet bulb temperature might also be really high, like 35, 40 or whatever. And where this is significant is Celsius, by the way. And where this is significant is if we sweat, we can only cool down to the wet bulb temperature because of physics, right? If water evaporates off our skin, only so much water can evaporate depending on how humid it is, and it will only cool us down so much depending on how hot it is, right? So if it's too hot and humid outside, even sweating is not going to save us. So it's something like if the temperature hits about 32 degrees wet bulb, humans start getting into trouble. And if it hits 35 degrees wet bulb, then it starts becoming fatal for humans. And like I learned about this, like, holy heck, what? Because there was a Twitter post like a year or two back talking about, oh, the wet bulb temperature for this city. Watch out, the wet bulb temperature here is like 37 degrees Celsius. Be careful, be really, really careful. And of course, there were some right-wing pundits who made fun of us, like, what was that temperature so low? But yeah, that just means even if you sweat buckets, you cannot cool down below 37 degrees Celsius, and you will die. Yeah, I learned about that. So if you didn't know, now you know about that as well. So if it does get really hot and humid, do check that out, because if the wet bulb temperature gets too high, do take precautions. Right? Get out of the sun. Maybe literally step into a shower, because if water doesn't evaporate but just flows off you, it takes heat with it. Right? That still works. Just standing there sweating won't do anything. Ayo, Bridget, hi, hello, how are you doing? It's nice to have you here. Sun is not good, yeah. I mean, it does help, but it's just we capture too much of the heat. We trap too much of the heat nowadays. So, yeah, I'm doing good, and you? I'm also doing well, thank you. It's been a turbulent weekend, but I am here streaming once again, and we are doing a charity stream for Youth Pride. So Youth Pride Inc. So hooray! And surprisingly, we are just, hanging out and chatting. It's good. It's just how I like it. Hanging out, chatting. I was afraid I wouldn't know what to do this stream. I came in and was like, I have no plans. I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm just gonna hit start stream. But you have a lot of it. I do. Yeah, I got raided a couple of times actually, mostly by other streamers also doing Pride Hearts, charity streams, right? It's a whole bunch of awesome streamers all doing this together, right? So there's a whole bunch of streams happening this weekend by various other people, all raising money for Youth Pride Inc. And yeah, I got rated by a couple of them. It's like charity stream, charity raids, yay! So that was pretty cool. Yeah, and so now we're just sitting here chatting, which is something I don't get to do very often because I don't have a lot of people in my stream usually. So it's a lot of the times, like when I just do talking streams, it's me just teaching stuff. Right? It's me designing games or doing whatever and just teaching, just holding a lecture for like 3 hours. And I mean, those are fun. I love teaching things, right? That's why I'm a teacher, in real life as my job. I love doing that. Or have you? Yeah, exactly. I mean, I do have a couple people, right? You included, who come in regularly. So that's always awesome. Really appreciate that. I I I apologize. I haven't streamed in so long. I did not forget you. I definitely did not forget you. I know that you are here very often and very regularly. Um, and I do appreciate that. I really do. Um, it's just I like sometimes when I see other streamers do like chatting streams, it's just there's so many topics that they just jump through, mainly because chat there's like so many people in chat just throwing in random things, random thoughts, and then you're like at a bigger table, like at a dinner party or something, just talking to people, right? Or at a bar or something. Um, which yeah, which is something I don't get to do too often. But then again, I'm mainly here to show off old games. um, so it's all good, I guess. Uh, play old games. That's what I do. I mean, okay. The lack of sleep is starting to get to me a little bit. I'm not gonna stop. I do plan on continuing, but the lack of sleep, I do feel. There's all of a sudden I was like, brain just screeched to a halt. Like, hold on, what are thoughts? I don't have any thoughts right now. No, no, I will not. I should rest more. I probably should, but I will rest after stream. Um, I will rest after stream. I will continue this for a bit more. Hopefully we'll manage to get a bit more money together. For charity. Because that's what we're here for, and I'll gladly stay here for another couple hours. To do this for charity. What time is it? It's almost 3 p.m. Okay. I was a bit surprised to see you on. I know when you went to bed. Right, yes. Yes. Definitely. I had planned these streams like a week ago, right? So I was thinking, I mean, I wanted to try and stream a bit earlier. I usually start streaming 11 a.m. my time. And I wanted to try and see if I could push that to 10:30 a.m. Just as an experiment. And so I set the streams to be 10:30. Also, I was in a charity D&D game yesterday, which started at 9, so I had to get up at like 8 something, which is way early for me compared to when I usually get up is pretty early. Um, so it's just trying to adjust my sleep schedule, I guess. But uh it's still very difficult for me to go to bed on time. It is. It's like I see the clock and it's like it's midnight. And I was like, oh, I should start winding down. I should probably turn off the computer. And I think that, and I look at the clock again. Oh, it's 1 a.m. Yeah, I should probably really head to bed. And then I look over the clock. Oh, it's 2 a.m. now. Where did the time go? Bed, happy night. Yeah, I mean, sleeping is cool. Going to bed is cool. It's very comfortable. But I don't know. I just cannot settle down. I just cannot wind down and be like, I'm going to bed now. I don't know. Yeah, it's hard to do. I still need to adjust. And I also have to think about potential other lessons. Like um at the school I'm working at now. Like I'm only just starting. My first class is tomorrow. But I will potentially have other classes that they will assign me depending on whether or not we find students and when they want to class and so on. Good luck. Yeah, thank you with that. Um, and so, for instance, a lot of classes for adults are in the evenings, right? So at that point, it's like, okay, that means I need to head there in the evening and still be fresh enough to hold, I don't know, 2 hours of class in the evening. And if it's like, oh, my bedtime is 10 p.m., I'm sorry, right? And it's like, yeah, but class starts at 8. I can't do that. So that is something to keep in mind. Um, yeah, it's 9 a.m., so I'm a bit too bright for sleeping. He's not. I'm not listening. Bed. Happy night. Oh, are you going to bed? Sorry, I need to sleep. No, no, not right now. Not right now. Um, no. Like I said, I'm going to do this for a couple more hours. I am fine. I am fine. Trust me. Okay, I got enough sleep. I got enough sleep. I'm fine. I am okay. And I would rather like to be a bit tired to right now so that I can get some proper sleep tonight rather than going to take a nap and mess up my complete sleep schedule yet again. A new teacher joked that he starts his class at 5 p.m. if he needs to be awake after all the preparation for a conversation. Oof. um yeah, I mean teaching is just conversations, a lot of talking. Um But at the end of the class, he joked that his brain started rotting because he started missing a sentence. Yeah, definitely. Like I used to teach afternoon classes mainly, and that was perfect. Um, Afternoon classes are really good for me. I haven't taught. Well, I did teach some evening classes here and there, like evening seminars. Um, but morning classes are the worst. It's like no one wants to be there. What do I teach? I teach languages. Right now, I'm teaching English and German. So the job actually I work at is at a German school. So it's German classes, various kinds for kids, for adults, for all sorts, right? And I start with my first class tomorrow. Do German. It's actually really interesting. Right? Do you teach Chinese? Not officially. Like I'm not hired to teach Chinese. I can, but I'm not hired here to do so. Um, A student brought him a coffee at the start of the class and joked next day. Thank you for the stream. Good night, guys. Oh, so you are going to sleep, Bridget? Okay. Uh, in that case, all right. Good night, Bridget. Half an hour to go to an appointment. Wait. Oh, your name colors are so similar. But okay, Bridget, if you are going to sleep, thank you for dropping by. I 100%. I did not. Wait, did you not say? Thank you for the stream. Good night. Did you not say that? Who is have fun with that? Okay, I'm a bit okay, let me check chat. It's you and Amon have like very similar colors. So I need to sort who said what. Okay. You are going to sleep, right? Yes? Are you going to sleep? Yes or no? Dark red. Yeah, exactly. This dark orangey or peachy red. What do you call that? It's like it's between orange and pink. Why is the music not working? Okay. Yes, you're going to sleep. Okay. There we go. Yeah. Right. In that case, Bridget, thank you very much for dropping by. I 100% promise I didn't forget you. I always appreciate you coming here. And yeah, have a very, very good sleep. Have a great night. Sweetest of dreams. And I hope I will see you again soon. I really do so. Okay. Thank you for being here. All right. Thank you for the stream. And yeah, okay. Good. And I did. I will do better. I will be better. Right. Yes. Okay. Chat messages. Let me see. Do I teach it? No, I do not. I'm always looking for people to practice foreign languages with. I mean, bye. Yeah. Bye. Goodbye, Bridget. Good night. Yeah. Practicing foreign languages with other people is always good. Sure, I will. I promise I will later. Good luck. Thank you. So, because like you, mostly when we learn languages, right, we learn them to communicate with other people. So actually using that is great, and it shows you where you still need to practice and where you still need to learn, right? Like one of the best things to do when learning a foreign language at some point. All right. Yes. Do take care. You take care as well, Bridget. Yeah, so one of the best things for like when you're using a foreign language, it's like, okay, I want to express this thing in the language. And then you have to see, do I know how? Right? Do I know how to express that? And if you do, then you practice what you know. And if you don't, then you're like, okay, I'm missing this word or I'm missing this kind of grammar. And that gives you a very clear goal to learn things. Very clear goal of what is the next thing to learn. And it immediately gives you context, right? It's like, oh, I already have a sentence that I want to form with this particular word or using this particular grammar. And that is a huge help in figuring out because languages are big, right? There's a lot to learn in them, but if you can can find the immediate next step, then it's like, okay, that's cool. That's how you say this. It's like one of the sentences I tried to form in Japanese, and then I realized I had no idea how to form it. It's like in response to something happening in a game. It's like if you die in a dream, you die in real life, right? And I was like, how do you say that? How do you form something like that? Right? So it's like, okay, once I know how that sentence is formed in Japanese, then I can use that to be, okay, so this is how you would use this kind of grammar. This is what this actually word like means. Like, how do you say real life in Japan? In Japanese, for instance, right? Like, what term did they use for the term real life as opposed to a dream? For example, ever feel like textbooks are kind of off on how to properly use things? Yes. I've learned a lot. That's very good to know. I'm glad you managed to learn a lot. I tried once to translate for someone a cookie I ate yesterday, like a fortune cookie. Because the name of the cookie was not really translatable, and the components had a few oddities. Okay. Yeah, some things are just really difficult to translate, like names or specific fixed phrases, especially like vocab. So a lot of books. My contentions with textbooks. So the problem, there's two big problems with textbooks and a lot of teaching material out there in general that is given to language teachers especially, or that you have in official classes. The first one is books age, right? Language changes all the time. New words are being coined, new words, new phrases become slang, new meanings get added, and old meanings get removed, etc., etc. Right? Language is a living, breathing thing, and it constantly changes and evolves. And books are static, so depending on how old the book is and how volatile a certain part of the language might be, is very much old, just out of date, right? Because they cannot reflect modern slang or modern usages and modern meanings, not just slang, but just usages and meanings in general, quickly enough. Right? The other part, right, like the stuff I see in English textbook and English learning resources aren't reflective of how actual American kids speak in the streets. Yeah, exactly. Sometimes blank out on words in German entirely, and the word I'm missing blinks out in translation. Yeah. That's just because we're not translators unless you practice that, right? So it's sometimes we just forget words. Not even out of date. Like I don't ever hear slang from the 80s in modern English resources. Yes, that's the other point. That's the second point. Many, basically all language communities have some sort of it's called a prestige dialect or prestige variation. And that is the perceived gold standard of the language. Right. So in the US, you have General American English or Standard American English. In the US, you have like the Queen's English, right, with received pronunciation as a way to speak it, but like the upper class or the Royal London English, right? That's the perceived gold standard. In Germany, you have High German, right? And in France, you have Parisian French, and so on, and so on and so forth. And this prestige dialect is viewed to be the proper version of the language, and all other dialects are seen as either just slang in the best case, or in the worst case, right? Incorrect, dumbed down, whatever, right? And many textbooks do not acknowledge these other dialects. They do not acknowledge that, often they do not acknowledge that they exist, even, or they do not acknowledge that they influence the language and that a lot of people talk that way and that they use words and phrases differently, right? So And blanked on for elevator, but even the English word was gone with it. Yeah. That sometimes happens because of, funky brain wiring. The room that transports you to a different place level in the building. And that's the beautiful thing about languages, right? You can just describe things. The room that transports you to a different level in the building. That's poetic. That is poetic. And if you say that, people will know what you mean. Right? So, and that's one of the best skills to learn when you're learning a language, describing things, using the words you know to describe things where you don't have the words. Whenever I think of a standard, I think the multicultural use standard. Standard is only standard within a group. Right? America, it's AAV, and the UK, it's LME Roteman dialect. Yes. So we don't really call it AAVE anymore. Now it's AAV. AAE, African American English. It's no longer vernacular English. It's just full African American English. Because that's the basis of the way young people speak, regardless of their social status. Yes, a lot of that. Definitely. Brent once joked how I got so good in the game Taboo when you can use for describing things. Oh god. That's good practice. That's actually great practice. Play Taboo in a foreign language. Right? That's beautiful. Exactly. Yeah. So a lot of the time, people view this prestige dialect as the only correct form to speak the language, to use the language, and all other dialects are deficient, which is utterly untrue. This is now a 100% serious mode PSA. There is no such thing as correct or incorrect use of a language. No such thing. It does not exist. There is grammatical and ungrammatical, which is a completely different thing, but that is a linguistic analysis that lay people are not qualified to judge. Right? They're qualified to make them, but they're not qualified to judge them. And there is no such thing as a wrong or deficient dialect. Even something like African American English, which is often seen as deficient or broken or dumbed down or simplified or whatever, not true. It is a full-fledged variation dialect of English, American English, that has a verb system that is leagues more complex than General American. Holy heck, if you call African American English dumbed down, no. They have so many verb tenses and aspects that do not even exist in General American English. And quick example, because I'm on a rant right now. So a lot of times you hear people speaking AAE, and they say something like, he working or he be working. Right? Those are not the same thing. Those are two different verb tenses or verb aspects. He working would be what in General American we would say he is working, right? As in he is doing this action right now. He be working, the be signifies the habitual aspect, as in he is usually working, he is generally working, he has a job, etc., right? Depending on the exact context of the conversation. The habitual does not exist as an aspect in General American. So, yeah, right? So there is no such thing as a simplified or dumbed down or incorrect version of a language. It does not exist. And more importantly, and this is the PSA part, if you judge people based on how they use the language, that is classism and colonialism and racism and ableism. Do not do it. Do not do it. I know a lot of people do, because no one has ever, like, this is not a topic that is talked about, right? This is not something, it has its own term. This is called linguistic discrimination. It is a form of discrimination. based on the manner of a person's speech, based on the dialect that a person uses. Right? It is called linguistic discrimination, and it is one of the final forms of discrimination that everyone, or not everyone, but like people are okay with because people are not aware that it is discrimination. Right? You're saying you are using the language wrong. Right? You are using a split infinitive, or you are putting a preposition at the end of a sentence, or you are using literally to mean very, or you are using singular they, or what have you, right? You are dumb. You don't know what you're talking about. You're using language wrong. If you judge like that, that is discrimination. And in fact, a lot of these quote unquote rules that were put into language, like the split infinitive, like the preposition at the end of a sentence, etc., were made up by grammarians in the 18th, 19th century, not 18th, but 19th century, to make English more akin to Latin and to make a classist distinction between people who studied Latin and were therefore able to use English quote unquote correctly, and people who didn't study Latin and therefore used English naturally, but in the view of those grammarians, wrongly. Right? So don't do it. Right? A lot of things are dialect. So like African American English, right, has a lot of phrasings and usages, word usages that made it more or less into general American. But then when you hear them, then you say, that's Black English, that's Ebonic, which is a horrific word. Right, that's dumb, that's simple English, right? And that is very obviously a racist judgment, right? Same with like, there's a lot of classist judgment, colonialist judgments as well, because of the stamping out of languages from other communities. Ableist judgments are in there as well. It's very intersectional. But yeah, don't do that. Please don't do that. This has been your linguistics PSA for today. 100% serious about this. There is no such thing as wrong as we understand it. Right? There is no such thing as proper usage of a language. Because language comes from the speakers. I know there've been a couple of chat messages. I'm sorry, I will get to them, but I'm like my thoughts are just turning right now. The whole myth of the proper language comes from the same source, right? The same source of like the whole classism idea. Are we discussing how linguistic prescriptivism was bunk? Yes, we are. And hello, Hiverius, welcome. All right, let me look through some of these. People on Twitch think that I'm from Canada because I spell color with a U, and my slang is mid-Atlantic. Oh, okay. And an English teacher would refuse your opinion because he lives the opposite. Not a nice teacher to have. Oh, yeah. No. That is horrific. That would be absolutely bad. I've been new. He been working, and we've been new what he been working. Yeah, like phrasings like that. Those are very clearly grammatical in AAE, right? Those have very clear grammatical function, right? Yeah, language comes from common usage, and if common usage disagrees with your classist racist rules, then your classist racist rules are wrong. Exactly. So what is linguistic prescriptivism? Prescriptivism is telling how things should be, saying how things should be. Except language is a living thing. It comes from the speakers. It comes from usage, right? And it's all a huge amount of tacit agreements between speakers. It's like, as long as we understand each other, as long as what we are using, the sounds that we are making, the model and structures of the sounds, that if the models and structures of the sounds that I am making are close enough to the models and structures of sounds that you expect and that you understand, we are communicating and we are using the same language and everything is peachy, right? Everything is awesome. And that's where it comes from, right? Large communities develop these agreements between each other that these sounds that we are producing with our food holes are understood to have a certain meaning. And if all people or most people agree to a more or less similar meaning, then that's all good. Awesome. We have language now, right? So if you are trying to then put prescriptivist rules on top of that, saying, no, 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 you're using this word wrong, it should be this instead. It's kind of like being a cartographer, drawing a map of a river, and then you go to the river, see that the river actually goes a different way, and then instead of changing your map, you tell the river, no, 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 I drew the map this way. You need to flow this way. Don't flow that way, how you're actually flowing. That is what prescriptivism is in terms of something natural. And language, spoken language, including sign language, is natural. Right? You don't tell it what to do. You listen to what it is, and then you just describe it. That's what dictionaries do. That's why dictionaries keep getting updated, because they look at how words are being used, and then they update the dictionary to reflect the current usage. Right? I read up about Latin's extinction as I know it when they tried to swift the common use of the proper was back as it used to be, mesh that more voided the language effort and slowly fell out of use. Yes, I can very much imagine that. Reminds me of my grandparents who have many connections to Italy. They don't speak Italian fluently or proper, but they are interacting, understanding their Italian friends, and they're just having fun. Yeah, exactly. Right? That's like language is, at the end of the day, language is a tool to put our many thoughts into symbols that we can transmit to other humans. That is what language is. It is a tool to package thoughts into transmissible symbols, sounds in this case, right? When a map maker made a wrong note and starts to terraform to fix the error. Yes, exactly. That's what prescriptivism is, right? They are trying to terraform language to fit their rules, right? Which is no. You can probably see how that is futile. And yeah, so there is, however, definitely grammatical and ungrammatical. That exists, but that is a lot more deep and a lot more complex than just correct and incorrect. Right? Grammatical, ungrammatical is the whole native sense that people have. Like when you grow up with a certain language as your native language and you see or hear a certain sentence, then you go, this sentence sounds off somehow. That means this sentence would be ungrammatical. But that does not mean the sentence is incorrect or improper in how we usually understand it. Right? And because it relies on the subjective interpretation and judgment of native speakers who are not necessarily speaking the standard dialect, etc. You know, it's a very deep linguistic topic. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. I will run an ad right now while I'm taking the phone call. Hold on, excuse me. Be right back.
Endure. In enduring, grow strong.
Okay, sorry about that. I know the ad is still running, so I will not continue to talk about the topic we had at hand right now. My mom didn't know I was still streaming. She thought I was done. To be fair, I've been going for 5 hours. But yeah, she thought I was done. Welcome back, thank you. So yeah, I will continue later after the ad is done, because some people might be trapped in there. But yeah, I am actually a linguist, so this is my trade. That's why I talk about it so much, and yeah, I have a master's degree in linguistics, so that's why. If I move too fast, if I mention something that is like way over on top, just ask. I love teaching about things that I know. So yeah. Were you planning on doing a game or anything? I wasn't planning on it. Studying as a cultural anthropologist. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Um, I was actually like, for me right now, a PhD is still on the table that I might do one eventually, and my topic would be a sociolinguistic topic. In fact, this very topic that we're talking about, linguistic discrimination. So you can tell I'm quite passionate about it. So passionate, in fact, that I may, if I ever do a PhD, if I find the time for it and the energy for it, this is the topic that I will do. Dr. Cheechin. Yeah, I may have to change my name to Dr. Cheechin. I once had a joke conversation about the use of Zuhause because the word exists, but is nearly never used. Yeah, Zuhause. Yeah, at home. Okay, what else? I'm not a linguist, just a psychologist. Oh, that's also fascinating. The fun thing about linguistics is that it touches so many other fields by virtue of just having to do with the human brain, right? Because language is an integral part of the human brain and an integral part of the human experience. So it touches on so many other like humanities sciences and also some hard like STEM sciences, right? Like you have neurolinguistics, you have psycholinguistics, you have sociolinguistics, you have historical linguistics, you have so many, like you have like, is it called pathological linguistics or so, right? Things like that, or speech impediments, and when people get a stroke, for example, and they are no longer able to speak, things like that, right? That's what I mean. So there's so many fields that it touches upon, which is so fascinating. I think that my experience studying as a psychologist had me butting against linguistics issues as well. Yeah, I know. Um, there's so much overlap simply because, you know, language is an integral part of being human. Um, so anything that has to do with researching what humans are, especially mental things about what humans are, has to deal with language at some point because so many of our experiences are channeled through language. Um, would I do that in Germany? I don't know yet. I'm. It depends. I might be able to do it here, maybe. But I would have to see because my interest. Okay, so what the topic I would like to do possibly as a PhD is the I had a phrasing for it, the perpetuation of linguistic discrimination in language classes. So how language classes, foreign language classes, through the material, through the training that teachers undergo, through everything else, right? Just basic human attitudes, how language classes perpetuate linguistic discrimination in the target language, right? And Hold on. Okay, let me just catch up real quick before I continue. Medical anthropology. Oh, dang, that sounds. Yeah, that sounds fascinating, actually. It's a bit on the scientific side of things, I can imagine. Things like you wouldn't expect, also may expect, outside of development of language or things like that. But in things like IQ tests, basically any psychometric. Yeah, because we filter everything through language, right? Happy night for you. I need to go to. Oh, okay. I'm on. Thank you for dropping by. I need to get rid of the ad thing. But yeah, thank you for dropping by, and thank you for being here and chatting around. I hope you have a good time at your appointment. That your appointment goes smoothly. Okay, that's probably more important. All right, have fun. Language is such a big part of human experience that it warrants its own entire subfield of anthropology, separate from cultural anthropology. I can imagine. It's like it's cross-disciplinary, right? Anthropological linguistic anthropology, that kind of deal. Definitely, I can definitely see that. Which is like I got into linguistics mainly because I loved learning foreign languages. I just loved like looking at them, being like, oh, this is so fascinating. There's so much happening here. And then I actually studied. So my bachelor was in historical linguistics. I actually studied that and I went, holy heck, there's so much here. This is so amazing. I could just study forever. Then there's the additional meta layer of potential linguistic divide between research psychologists and practicing psychologists. Yes, that is another big topic, right? Like, especially in things like scientific communication. Like when you are communicating your findings and communicating your thoughts, how do you make sure that other people actually understand what you are saying, especially when it deals with something where details small facts that you found or small scientific details are really important, right? To make sure exactly that whoever's reading your papers or your research understands what you're doing. And then on the other hand, it's like science communication, right? Explaining all of these very complex scientific concepts and findings to lay people. Like, how do you break down something that you need years of study for to understand the background concepts of? How do you break that down to someone who doesn't have that background, but still in a way that they can understand it meaningfully? And things like that. That is also, I also wrote a paper on that, and like I had a seminar on that and wrote a paper on that as well. It's just a fascinating topic, and one that a lot of schools are struggling with, actually, because all of the science and all the textbooks are written in relatively high level language, but the students don't have that background yet. Obviously, they're still starting, right? In schools, when you're just starting to learn sciences or history or whatever, you don't have all the concepts and all the vocabulary yet. And yet the books teaching you all of this include all of that and just throw it at you. So whose job is it to teach the scientific jargon to the students? Is it the subject itself, or is it the language teachers? Like, and there's a big fight in schools in Germany right now, especially that I know of, where people just keep saying, no, it's the German teacher's job to teach them proper scientific German. And the German teachers go, I cannot learn the scientific German of 12 different subjects. No, if you're teaching chemistry, you teach them like German for chemistry. If you teach them history, you teach them German for history, right? The scientific jargon. And then schools don't do anything, and then those kids go to university and they still don't know anything, and then universities are like, why aren't the schools teaching these kids anything? So everyone is just blaming everyone else, and scientific literacy just plummets. Really interesting in linguistics of street culture around the world. Yeah, definitely. The way that young people develop new ways of speaking across cultures. Yes, that's a fascinating topic. It's definitely, and some of these changes or some of these subcultures are very volatile, Right? So they develop a lot of very quick new changes, and some of them then butt against like other dialects, other speaker groups, or even like flow into them, and it's like, what is happening? It's really, really fascinating. Um, but yeah, the point I never quite finished. So a lot of textbooks, now that we're talking about like dialects and such again, like cultural lex, I guess you can call them. Dialects are like location based, cultural lex are more cultural subgroups. Um, is that they don't acknowledge that those things exist, and so they don't include them. And worse yet, some books even teach that only the proper standard form of the language that this book teaches is the correct one, and all other forms are deficient. And some teachers even teach that, which is why I want to do my PhD in this topic. And when I teach, I very often have to tell my students, so the book says it's this way, and in the proper High German, it is this way. But if you go out on the street and you hear some different phrasing or some different words, that's okay because that's the actual German being used right now. And if you use German that way, that's perfectly fine. In fact, you will sound more German if you use the German from the street, right? For the exam, yes, you have to learn the proper, regular, standardized High German that is in the books. But then later on in life, if you go out, if you're just going, I don't know, buying your groceries or looking for a job or hanging out with people at a bar or whatever, no one cares. Nobody cares, right? So I always try to teach my students that. Like stuff I hear in rap music from the UK is a lot different from what I hear in American rap music. Yes, you have, yeah. So the deeper you go into subcultures like that, the more fascinating this gets. Also because language is often used for identity forming, which is also why linguistic discrimination is so horrible, because language is often closely tied to identity, right? The language you grow up with, or that you speak at home, or that your parents speak, or whatever, right, forms part of your identity. And when people then come along and say, no, the language you speak is wrong and broken and deficient, it's attacking your identity, right? And so a lot of people also use languages or linguistic innovation to form an identity, or often a group identity with other people, right? As saying, we are this group and we have our own language, our own dialect, sociolect, and we intentionally use language to have an in-group versus out-group. And people do that, right? Groups do that, especially groups that are looked down upon or discriminated against will often do this. When I hear people speak Japanese online, it's completely different from what I was taught in class. Yeah. Same thing, right? Classes, textbooks, and such cannot keep up. And they often teach only the one standard version of the language without taking into account what people actually use. This is how European metal artists, when they are interviewed, sound super formal when they speak English. Probably. Well, not quite. So what might what might be happening is that the English they learned in class is the super proper formal way of speaking. And that's the only one they know because that's the only one they ever use. They don't use English with other English speakers and such, and don't pick up or get exposed to more non-formal, more informal, or like non-textbook level English, right? So yes, it's very possible that a lot of people who speak English as a second language or as a foreign language learn this very, really proper textbook English. Not quite the language, I guess, but that reminds me of how a teacher of mine once complained to us that her new students in grade 5 were writing so slow and couldn't even write cursive. Yes, cursive. Because the elementary school didn't teach it anymore, but in the 5th grade, teacher didn't have the means to teach them that. Yeah. That's yes. So that's also the whole blaming thing, right? It's like whose job is it to teach students scientific language for their subject? Is it the school as they introduce students to the subject? Or is it the university where the students will actually need all of this scientific language? Well, both say it's the other one, so students just get the short end of the stick and don't learn any. Hooray! So, yeah, education systems are messed up and broken. Sucks. Yet in British drill music, I steal apparent Americanisms. Okay, like people call each other blood and cuz, and both those words come from gangs that operated exclusively in the US. Those words that may have been appropriated, right, into other subcultures, which happens, right, have been taken and adopted into other cultures. We are probably the last generation to learn cursive. Yeah, cursive is also a big point of contention. Like a lot of things in language are old people yelling at young people, saying like, "Oh, I learned language this way, and the way you are speaking now is wrong." And fun fact, that has been happening for millennia, thousands of years. In this day and age, it would be better to invest in teaching children to type or teaching them to write cursive. So the thing with cursive is there's always these studies that purport that teaching children to write cursive has certain mental benefits. But then you have to question who made those studies. Is it proponents of cursive or is it just actual, people who are trying to look at what's best for kids? There is definitely writing by hand and typing on a keyboard. There is a mental difference. That has basically been proven by now. And when we write things down by hand, we tend to remember things better. So writing by hand is definitely still a good skill to have, obviously. But yeah, for the modern world, is it better to teach them typing or teach them to write cursive? It's a big question, right? Does writing and cursive actually give you a large enough mental benefit of some sort that justifies spending time in writing it, learning it? It's interesting to learn cursive, but it's not useful at all. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I still learned it in school as well. And at first, I had no idea what this was because all of the writing I had ever seen was print letters, right? And in school was the first time I was ever exposed to cursive. um, so I had no idea what was happening. Yeah. When I entered the school of the internet, typing English mostly, everyone thought I was way too formal and correct. Definitely native. Formal and correct English took a bit of a hit since then, but actually my vocabulary in English class was way above everyone else because I used the internet. Yeah, that's another thing. That's actually a really good point. Writing by hand, sure, but does it have to be cursive? Yeah, I know. That's the point of contention. That is the big point of contention. I do think the teacher was mostly frustrated that they're writing so slowly, stopped cursive in like grade 6 or something, but it was really fast enough. I mean, at some point, it's like, is cursive faster than any form of personalized writing that you develop? Right? Is it possible to develop your own like handwriting style that is as fast as cursive? Is the question. I don't write full cursive anymore when I write. I write some sort of weird mix. I sometimes connect some letters, but most of it is just print. But I write pretty fast. Good enough for me, right? So, do I need it? Probably not. And I learned it in school. I spent a whole year or so, like, and had special textbooks for just practicing cursive. Thing is that I basically forced myself to have more rounded and bubbly handwriting because of gender dysphoria. Oof. Yeah. But see, it's like you can develop your own handwriting style, and many people do at some point later in life. Look at doctors. I mean, so it can be fast enough that way. actively learn how to write my own handwriting? Yes, nothing to do with cursive. Back the question. Yeah, they should still, at the very least, learn how to sign their names for documentation and sign checks. Yes, that is a good point. That being said, though, that is a very, very interesting point that my grandpa had. Because he learned cursive, but he learned cursive back in like the 30s and 40s. Well, not 30s, in the 40s. So his cursive that he learned is completely different from the one that I learned. Like sometimes I have trouble reading his handwriting, especially my grandma. My grandma learned very old cursive that I have trouble reading. Sometimes I cannot read her handwriting because like the thing she learned was basically a code. But then my grandpa had the thing of, oh, when you sign your name needs to be legible. You need to write in clean cursive, and it needs to be your legible name. And then my brother came up and was like, no, your signature needs to be unforgeable, not legible. It needs to be unique. It needs to be yours. Right? It doesn't need to be pretty cursive, just cursive writing of your name. It needs to be almost like a signet ring, kind of like a symbol, right? That you put under documents. Because that is what gets compared. So when people read your signature, they're not supposed to be able to read your name. Need to be able to see this is your mark, your symbol. So that was also a very interesting point. It's like, yeah, my brother kind of made sense there, right? And my grandpa heard that and immediately was like, you know what, you're right. So that was a very interesting point, interesting moment for him. And yet most people's signatures are nothing but a squiggly line. Yes. But this is my squiggly line. There are many like it, but this one's mine. It's the one. It's interesting because there's suggestions that blood came from Jamaican slang, and if we look at the development of electronic music in the UK, there was a strong Jamaican influence. Aha, I can see that. I can see that. Makes a lot of sense. I'd like to see a citation for it being Jamaican slang, but it's potentially not something that can specifically from American gang dialect. And I can also imagine that American gang dialect may have been influenced to some degree by Jamaican slang. I think Jamaican influenced both. Yeah, both the American and the British use. Yeah, exactly, that point. My signature, how do you like it? Exactly. Right. And it is usually very hard to track things like this because it is difficult, right? There's no written records usually, and it's like, where did it come from? Probably from here, but we're not sure. But yeah, one point I wanted to touch upon some more is the whole old people complaining about young people not using language properly. This has been happening for millennia. There's a very famous Latin text, a very useful Latin text as well for historical linguistics, which is called the Appendix Probi, written by a guy named Probus, which is why that's the name, right? And in this appendix, in this text, he complains about how modern Romans use Latin. Modern as in his time, which was... Let me look up when this was, actually. Appendix Probi. There's a Wikipedia article on it. The Appendix Probi. 7th or 8th century. So, already in the decline, Western Rome had already fallen by that point, right? So it was kind of sort of Italy, right? Rome was already well on its way into Italy at that point, but people still used Vulgar Latin, right? That's where Italian and French and Spanish all comes from. Right? People use Vulgar Latin, and it just changed some more. Why do I feel like we had that in Latin class? Seems too high level. But yeah, so the Appendix Probi is a bunch of texts where this Probus guy just... What is Vulgar Latin? Does it even exist? Vulgar Latin is just the street Latin, the Latin that people actually used when they talked to each other, as opposed to the classical Latin that people used to write speeches in. All the speeches, all the books, all of that, those that we have, all the poems, etc., that we have are in classical Latin, which is the prestige version, the high level version of Latin that people used when they were writing things down. But when they were actually speaking on the street, especially like the common people, right? Like who had the time to write poems and speeches? Richer upper class people had that time, right? But the more common people, the plebs, yeah, okay, fair. Vulgar Latin is a collection of different dialects. Because the Roman Empire was so big, there was different Vulgar Latins, and one became the different versions of Spanish and Portuguese, and the different types of Italian, and the different types of French, blah, 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 and so on. Kind of like how there's no real spoken Chinese language. Yes, okay, fair point. So yeah, there was not one Vulgar Latin, were a whole bunch of Vulgar Latins all across the Roman Empire. Yeah, language is ever evolving, differences from one generation to the next. There will never be a definite long-lasting language. Yes, exactly. People need to get over it. Probus did not. In fact, he wrote a whole bunch of texts complaining about how people nowadays aren't using proper Latin anymore. And so he writes, oh, the modern Romans or Italians, right? They don't know what Latin is anymore. They use it all wrong, blah, blah, blah. But then the best part of the Appendix Probi, and the thing that makes it so valuable to historical linguists, is that he starts listing a whole bunch of things saying, this, not that, this, not that, this, not that. So Latin is like this, not like the way people are using it right now. And because he very clearly lists all the differences from the more classic Latin that he learned and the Vulgar Latin as it was spoken in 8th century Italy, historical linguists look at this and go, aha, we know now how the language changed in this time, right? So we know, for example, that N's and M's at the end of syllables were deleted in favor of nasalization. So it's like numquam, not numquam, right? Things like that. And then itiam, not itiam, and so on. It's like, oh, now we know this is how the language changed during that time. So it's a really fascinating text. It's just some old man yelling at cloud moment, but historical linguists nowadays just go, oh my god, this is valuable. This is really cool, right? It shows change live in a way. So that's a really cool text. And it often gets brought up in linguistics classes and such because of its, for one, it's valuable as a scientific record, but also because, haha, funny old man yells at people, young people not using language correct, has been happening since forever. And I think one of the oldest texts we have that has this kind of complaint is an ancient Sumerian text of an old scribe writing down, young scribes nowadays don't know how to write properly anymore. That text is a couple thousand years old. Humans never change. We have always been complaining about those youngins using language wrongly. Back in my day, we used to speak proper Sumerian, and now all the young people are ruining our language. One day we will just be back to grunts. So, that's, yeah. It's so fascinating looking at that, and then looking at people nowadays running frickin' newspaper articles going, oh my god, English is only gonna be grunts in 20 years because young people cannot use language properly anymore. It just puts these things into perspective, and it just makes them doubly hilarious. So, yeah, this is great times. How do you pronounce Caesar? My Latin teacher would always say Caesar, but reading it out loud is what Caesar. So I would say Kaiser. The way I learned Latin, I would say Kaiser. But that's because I learned Latin from a. I didn't. Okay, hold on. Let me just first read this comment. First, I need to go. Someone wrote a negative Yelp review for a copper dealer. Yes, I can totally imagine that. Like Kaiser, yeah. So the thing is, when I first learned Latin, so I I knew pretty early that I was going to study linguistics, historical linguistics, right? I knew that pretty early in high school already. I was like, yeah, no, this is what I'm going to study. And then I figured at some point, you know what? If I want to study historical linguistics, I need to learn Latin. Most likely. That's probably the one language I really, really need to learn. So, of like a friend of a friend and so on found me a teacher here in Taiwan who is a theologian, South African, who speaks like 10 languages or some crap. It was like, holy heck, what the heck? Like, he speaks English, he speaks German, he speaks Afrikaans, he speaks Chinese, he speaks Latin and ancient Greek and probably Hebrew as well. It's like, dude, what? Give me your brain, please. um, so he very, very graciously, he was a professor at a university here, and he very graciously agreed to teach me some Latin, right? Provided that I go to the university to his office and I bring the books and such. He graciously agreed to teach me some. So my very first Latin, thank you now. I wish. Um, so the very first contact with Latin that I had was with him. So he taught me a slightly different one than what German kids or students are taught in German Latin classes, right? Or Latin classes in Germany. The pronunciation they are taught is a little bit different. So the AE, for instance, I learned it's I, whereas in Germany you say eh, or the OE I learned is oi, whereas in Germany you would say ö. So, um, so when I then went to Berlin to study, and then I had to take further Latin classes there because like the little bit that he taught me was not enough, but then I could skip like the first semester, which was awesome. So I went to take Latin classes there. And whenever it was like, read aloud, please, and I would read, and whenever I got to an AE, I would read it as I, because that's what I learned. And at one point, the teacher remarked, I see you learned the more correct pronunciation of Latin. Everyone else is just and I'm here saying I. It's like, yeah, that's the more correct in the sense that this is the more agreed upon newest finding of how Latin was probably pronounced. I'm gonna pull up the Olive Garden order Julius Caesar salad. Yes. Julius Gaius Julius Caesar. Give out a shout out, the Legion of Fallout New Vegas for using classical Latin. Yeah. Definitely. Mötley Crüe. Mötley Crüe. Exactly. It's the Mötley Crüe. And so yeah, so it's basically we're always trying to figure out how Latin was probably pronounced, and the newest insight is that AE is I and OE is oi. That's like the newest consensus. But you know, a lot of teachers when they did their Latin training, they did like 20, 30, 40 years ago, so they sort of learned and such. I and oi reminds me of Japanese pronunciation. Possibly. Yeah, I can see that. I never made the connection. But yeah, to me, it's just like, yeah, that's just how legend works. So, alei yaktai sunt, or something like that. Right? It's a fun word to say, diphthong. Yeah, exactly, diphthong. By the way, diphthong, it's the break is D-thong. That's the actual break in the word. It's diphthong. Thong being the Greek word for sound. So, kain. I would just say kain, not kain or so. I guess it's a little bit different. But yeah, but I can see the similarity. But yeah, it's also why the word is monothong, not monothong or something, which sounds more like an underwear. Monothong is the word. And you even have trithongs. Trithongs are a thing. I recently started learning Vietnamese. Vietnamese has trithongs. Holy heck, what are those? Why and how? How do I break my tongue to do that? So it's fascinating. And it's once you start looking at different languages, you see just what is out there. You know, all of the different things that are out there and all of the fascinating ways humans have come up to encode meaning and information into sound. Um, and like logical structures, how humans decided to structure those. It's so fascinating. Right? It's a lot of times like people ask me because back when I first studied linguistics, especially historical linguistics, right? Obviously, a lot of people ask me, it's like, what is that? Can you find a job? Can you earn money? What do you even do? Blah, blah, blah. It's like, just let me study what I like. But then I had to come up with an answer to make people to satisfy people so that they would stop asking me. And the answer I came up with is linguistics is looking at the human mind through the lens of language. And that's the answer I came up with, and that's now the answer I pull out whenever people are like, "Oh, what do you do with that? Can you even earn money?" Blah, blah, blah. Like, just be quiet. And then I give them a high level answer like that, and then they just shut up because they don't know how to follow up with that. So it's like, oh, all right, yeah, makes sense. I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds really smart, or something like that. I guess that's what's happening. So, how did the Greek word end up being a word for underwear? I don't think those are related. But now I'm interested in where the English word comes from. I have to. Because if I said something like, oh, I'm studying, I don't know, law, or I'm studying physics, or I'm studying engineering, people are like, oh, okay, I know, you're gonna have a good job. But if I say, I'm studying linguistics, people are like, what do you even do? What do you do? Please enlighten me. Or not enlighten me. It's justify. Justify what you are studying to my capitalist mindset. Thong. Strip cut from a piece of leather. Old English thwang, thwang. Narrow strip of leather, especially used from Old English for a strap of a particular purpose as a cord or whip or a band for fastening. From Proto-Germanic twang, also source for Old Norse thvengr, set in Watkins to be from Pi root twang, to press in on to restrain. Also source of Old English twangun, to pinch to squeeze. Huh. Okay. I don't know if that meant anything to any of you, but it's straight up from a root from Proto-Indo-European twang, meaning to press in or to restrain. And then it came from like cord to strip of leather to carry things or to bind things. And that then came to mean the underwear. Interesting. In reference to a kind of sandal by 1965, thong sandals as a kind of bikini briefs by 1990. Okay. And so like the tweezers, thongs, and thong have the same. No, wait. Tongs. What you're thinking of is tong. That's a different word. Tongs. Double-armed instrument for gripping and manipulating objects too difficult to handle. From Old English tong, tongue, tongue, tongs, pincers, forceps, etc. Proto-Germanic tango, Also a source of Old Saxon Tanga, Old Norse tongue, Old Swedish tong, Old Frisian Tange, Old Dutch Tange, Dutch tongue, Old Heimerish Zange, German Zange. That word. Said to be literally that which bites, from pi root denk, to bite. Okay. Source also of Sanskrit dasati, biter, Greek daknain, to bite, ducks, biting. Compare French mordache, tongs, from mordre, to bite. Ah! This is so fascinating. I love reading these. No. It's okay. It's okay. It's fine. But yeah, two of my favorite books when I was still studying was the so books meant for university are usually really expensive. They can cost hundreds of dollars or euros and such. So that's why I don't have them. But one of the books that was kept being pushed around, or not pushed around, but kept being there in our classes, was a book called The Leave, which is the Lexicon of Indo-European Verbs, except it's in the German version, so Lexikon der Indogermanischen Verben. And basically, it's a really thick book. It's a dictionary, and it has every single Indo-European verbal root that we know of in there, and then all of the evolutions of other languages, right? That we know of. And then while I was studying, a similar book came out, which is Nil, which is Nouns of Indo-European and Lexicon, which is the same but for noun roots. So those were the two big books that were in the classroom or in the library all the time. And you just flip through it and you go, okay, so there's this root, and it means this and this, and then it turned into this and this and this word in these languages. And it's really fascinating to just go there and see how the languages are all connected and how they changed. And that was one of the only books I really regularly looked into, just to flip through. It is really interesting. And then the interesting things are and because one of the things that you learn when you study Indo-European is the sound changes that languages went through, because sound changes are all regular. Right? So you can say, okay, if you have this sound or this particular sound combination in this language, it changed into this other particular sound combination in this other language. Which is why a lot of words in English that begin with a T begin with a T in German, because you had this sound change, right? The Proto-Germanic had the T, and in English it remained T, but then in German it became T. Same with the P, remained P in English, but became P in German. So that's why you have something like pepper in English, but Pfeffer in German, or pan in English, but Pfanne in German, and so on. Yeah, like Zange, tongs and Zange, tooth and Zahn, toe and Zeh, ten and Zehn. There's a lot of these examples around. Pferd and horse. This is one of the most fascinating words in the European, because you can really see some very fascinating changes. My hand is in warm water is a semantically correct sentence in Afrikaans. Like that sentence, my hand is in warm water? Oh, it's probably because you would probably read it in Afrikaans. Right? Something like "My hand is in warm water" or something like that. I don't speak Afrikaans. I don't even speak Dutch. But it looks exactly like English, right? Because the two are so related. I can see that. My pen is in my hand. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I mean, both Dutch and English are Low German dialects, or started out as Low German dialects. And then English went down to an island and did its own thing, right, and became strange. And then Dutch stayed on the mainland and became not as strange. Whereas modern German is a High German variant. Right? High because it came from the mountains, and low because it was in the lowlands by the coast. So yeah. So there's a lot of interesting changes and such that you can find. Like the Proto-Indo-European word for horse is equus, which became equus in Latin, okay, and then which became epos in Greek, which is like, okay, there's a certain change in there where qu became p, and then in Sanskrit it became ashvach, which is like, huh? But it makes perfect sense because there are a bunch of sound change rules, and if you start from equus and then apply those rules one by one as you should, you end up with ashvach in Sanskrit. You just go there, it's like, what? But yes, it makes sense. It follows all of the rules. It's perfectly regular. So, yeah. I mean, even in some older texts in English, it's called Low Countries, the Low Countries. So yeah, the Netherlands. The fact that Farsi is closer to English than it is to Arabic came as a surprise. Even Persian people that talked. Oh, okay, yeah, that's interesting. But yes, it is. I mean, closer to English than Arabic is relative. Because Persian or Farsi, like the modern version of it, yeah, I mean, it is related to English, but if you speak English and you look at Farsi, you will not understand it. There might be a little bit here and there where you can go, maybe they can spot half a pattern, maybe, right? But yeah, how do you say brother in Farsi? Baradar. Yeah. How do you say daughter in Farsi? Dokhtar. Yeah. So a lot of these basic words are the same. A lot of the basic. This is called it has a certain name, the core vocabulary. I forgot the name because it's named after a person who established this list. But it's basically a very basic list of core vocabulary that has things like kinship terms, body parts, colors, very basic plants and animals, and sometimes things like geographical features or celestial bodies, like sun, moon, river, mountain, things like that, right? And it's a list of vocabulary, and you use this list to check if two languages are related or not. So you basically take this list and write down the words for each of those in those two languages, and then you see how similar are they. Can you spot similarities? So if you say like brother, baradar, and daughter, dochtar, then you can tell, okay, these are close kinship terms. They probably came from a common ancestor, right? Because words on this list don't change that much because they are constantly being used. Star in Farsi is setare. Yeah, okay. See? And then you can say, all right, if the words on this list are very, very similar, we can probably say that these two languages are related, and then we can start looking at similarities and patterns and actual relations between these two. If you have two lists of these words and they're completely different, then you can probably say, all right, these two languages are most likely not related. If the very basic vocabulary as you have here is so different, then the two languages probably don't have anything to do with each other. And this is all like insider knowledge, basically, that you learn when you study linguistics like that. which makes it very funny. Like for a while, there were a whole bunch of people who discovered language relations and just started putting the randomest two languages together and saying these two are related. Which of course is not how it works. And there was actually a linguist who established a mathematical way to prove that this is wrong. Right? That if you take something like, I don't know, Quechua and Dutch, and say, oh, look, there's these words, and they kind of sort of look similar, right? So these two languages are related. And he basically looked at the linguistics of it, established a mathematical way of calculating the difference, and said, look, the difference here is something like 87%. No, they are not related. So that's Farsi word for bad is bad. Yeah, sometimes you get nice coincidences like that. Well, Japanese profs probably might need some convincing that Japanese is not, in fact, the same family as Turkish. Ah, don't get me started on that. Ah! Okay, that is called the Altaic language family, which is not a thing. It's not a thing. It has a name, yes, but it is not a thing. It has been thoroughly debunked. Completely, utterly dead. So the Altaic family, named after the Altai Mountains in the Turkic Mongolia region. I think in Mongolia. I'm not sure exactly where, but yeah. So they basically said, oh, because I think it was as a counterpoint to Indo-European. So Indo-European is a language family. This is established fact. There's so much research into this that we can show exactly how Indo-European looked like. You can learn it as a language, kinda, sorta, right? Which is what I had a seminar for. Also interesting to see how similar 110 is in parts of India. Yeah. Numbers from 1 to 10. Yes, those are also very similar. So people started looking at Turkic languages, which is a language family. Yes, so Turkish, Turkmen, Tajik, maybe? I'm not 100% sure which families belong in there, but there are Turkic languages, right? So there's like, wait, no, Tajik is related to Persian. Never mind. So that kind of deal, and then they said, what if there was another language family as big as Indo-European, which covers a huge area, right? All the way from Persia to all of Europe, almost. So they looked at Mongolian and say, hey, Mongolian has a similar structure-ish to Turkic languages. And then they looked at Japanese and Korean and said, hey, these also have a similar structure. So let's all put them together into one Altaic language family. Which is no. Tajik is basically Farsi written for the Cyrillic alphabet. Okay. Yeah, but there is some languages in that area are Turkic languages. I just picked the wrong one. The only thing they have in common is that they are agglutinating languages. Agglutinating languages means you have root words and then you attach smaller words to the end or beginning, depends, of those words to make more precise or specialized meanings, right? So it's kind of like how in English you would say you have the word book and then you say book store. Okay, so I add that store and now I have a more specialized meaning from the base meaning of book, and then I add store, the other word there, and then I get a new word which has a related but more specialized meaning. And agglutinating languages basically do all of that. They have core basic words, and then you add other words or pieces of words to that to change the meaning. But that was the only thing those languages had in common. Turkish is an agglutinating language. Mongolian is an agglutinating language, and Japanese and Korean are Mongolian, are agglutinating languages. That's the only thing they had in common. That's it. And that's not enough, right? Because there are a lot of different agglutinating languages. There are basically only 3, maybe 4 groups of these: inflecting, agglutinating, synthetic, or isolating, depending on the term you use. And so no, Altaic languages are not a thing. If anyone tells you Mongolian and Japanese or Turkish and Japanese are related, no, they are not. Ask them to prove it. I can't. I learned a lot of that much by going through basics of English, French, Latin, Spanish. Spanish being the last one I started. The teacher at the beginning of the class showed us words that are very similar in all those languages and asked if we knew them. Yeah, knew all of them. Exactly. Classmen were so confused because not everyone was insane enough to do all the languages. The thing in that whole Altaic thing is that was so close and convincing was that apparently a verb from Kazakh for to try to do is more like to try to see. Yeah, there's probably a lot of fudging the data to make it work. Or like taking imprecise meanings or verb form for in Kazakh. The verb form for Kazakh to try to do is more to try to see. Okay, but that's one very, very specific thing. And that's the wrong end. That's the wrong end to start. Right? Because the way to start is you look at the basic vocabulary, like we discussed, right? Family, relations, body parts, small numbers, plants and animals, geographical features, that kind of deal. You look at that vocabulary and see if those are similar. Something like a grammatical form, on the other hand, is not correct because there are only so many ways to establish that, I don't know, something is in the future tense, right? You can either create an actual grammatical form for it, or you can say, I go eat, or I want eat, or I will eat, or I become eat, right? There are a couple of very basic words that have the meaning of planning to do something, or going to do something, or wanting to do something, right? And then you just say that, and then the action of whatever it is you wanted to do. And voila, you have future tense. Awesome. Right? And in fact, this is how most future tenses in languages today are still formed. If they have a future tense at all. Many languages don't have a future tense. So in English, it's like I will, right? But you also have I am going to, which uses the go form, right? In German, you have I will, which is also like the plan to do something, or you just don't use future tense. You just use the present tense, done, and it has the future meaning in it, right? In French, you also have je vais, I go, or I'm going, and then do something, right? Je vais manger, I'm going to eat. Future tense, done. Yes, I'm aware that French has its own future tense that is a grammatical ending. Je mangerai, or je mangerai, sorry. But meh. That's like that also comes from other things attached to it, basically, right? So using that as an example of these languages are related is the wrong place to start. I become food, slaughter, or just German speaking English. I become food. I become food, slaughter, yes. And I'm fixing to, or intending to do something in the immediate future. Yeah. Something like that, right? In fact, that's how much of language came to be. You just take words you already have and combine them with other words, and then you get a meaning that people understand. A lot of past tense is like I finish, or I come, or I do, right? I do something, or I complete. Well, complete is a bit complex, but like that's that plus the verb, and you get the past tense. Things like this, right? Yeah, so Altaic is not a thing. In fact, Japanese is. It used to be called a language isolate. Like Final Play Some Games Later. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, it comes from fixing too? I have no idea. I knew the form existed, but I had no idea what exactly it means. So I plan to, or I intend to. Okay. Ah, thank you for teaching me. That's interesting. I did not know. But yeah, Japanese is. It's not 100% clear if it's a language isolate or if Japanese itself is a language family. But it has nothing to do with anything else. Not even Korean. Korean and Japanese are not related at all. So yeah, that's sadly there is a lot of this pseudo-scientific posturing in linguistics. Again, because languages provide identity, and a lot of this identity is used for political ends. Just think about like empires forbidding people to speak local languages and having to speak the main language of the empire, right? Like that's like it keeps happening all over throughout history. And hold on, let me just finish that thought real quick. And so a lot of it is like, oh yeah, our language is this and that informs our political or national identity, right? It's like our language is the most complex language in the world, or our language is the oldest language in the world, or our language is related to this other language, right? And these are politically motivated statements, and then the research behind it is also politically motivated. So you have to be very, very careful, especially around Tamil. Do not trust anything you read about Tamil on the internet unless it's from an actual linguistic source. And even then, be careful. Right, what about Korean and Japanese? No, those two are not related. They are not related. And you can tell they are not related if you look at the older forms of the language. That's another mistake a lot of people make when they say languages are related. They look at the modern forms of the language. They look at like modern Quechua and modern Dutch. Oh, look, they're related. But then you go into Middle Dutch or Old Dutch or then older Quechua, and it's like these look nothing alike anymore. Right? So same with if you go back to Middle Korean and Middle Japanese, they are very different. Very, very different. And the only reason the two are so similar now is because of Japanese culture, and I guess also, Japan kind of invaded Korea a couple times and colonized it, and that kind of thing, and spreading their Japanese culture around. That Korean as a language slowly became more similar to Japanese. That's what happened. So, which is why Korean now has all of these. They all have all of these the very similar grammatical structures and like grammatical concepts, but only on a surface level. If you go a little bit deeper, you can start seeing the differences, right? The way verbs work in Japanese and Korean is different enough that anything but a surface level observation will tell you actually these are pretty different. They are not alike. So knowing Korean will help you with Japanese or vice versa because a lot of the concepts are similar, the sounds are kind of similar, right? They have similar basic structures, but then once you get into the more nitty gritty, it's not the same anymore. Japanese for German is the same as German word for German. Oh no, they have to be related. Yes, yes, of course they are. Somehow the Japanese were the only ones to get their name right. The Oh, that's also. Oh yeah, why is German called so many things? Because there was no one Germany. Because of the Dutch? Is it? That I don't know, but I know that German, even like. Oh, okay. Theribot watching my back, I guess. Um, so because there was no one Germany, so there were a lot of different Germanic tribes, and whoever their neighbors were, they just called them that. Which is why in French you have the Allemands, who are close by. Uh, in Slavic languages, you have the deaf people, Niemiecki, right? That literally means the deaf people because they couldn't understand, the various Slavic languages that they spoke. In Italian, you have Tedesco. In Swedish, I think you also have some variation of that. I forgot the name for that, right? And then in English, you have German, which is the name that Caesar gave them, or the various Roman historians gave them, and so on and so forth. So that's why there's so many different names for that. Even the German name for German, Deutsch, comes from Theotisk, which is for the people, folkish, people-ish, right? Theotisk, and that's where we get Teuton from as well. That's the same root. And all it means is like for the people or of the people, right? So, there is no such thing as German identity, I guess. Hooray! Thought it was because the Dutch were there for a while. The only people allowed to Japan to bring books, so they brought their name for German. Is that the name? I don't know. Like, I honestly don't know, right? I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I don't know. English used Dutch to refer to people of an entirely different country who also spoke German, who spoke Low German, but were closer to England than, the High Germans. So it makes sense. Calling it Dutch makes sense because it's still the same basic language family. All right. Ads are gonna start soon. I will go to the toilet one more time, and I've been here for more than 6 hours. I will end sooner rather than later, but I will go to the bathroom real quick, and then be back, and then I'll see. I think I'll just slowly let this peter out. Tweets. Okay, that's very similar.
Endure. In
All right,
enduring,
I
grow
will
strong.
be right back. Also, if you can, get up, go to the bathroom, get something to drink, etc. Yeah. So I'll see you in a couple minutes. Okay. I am back for now. Oh, shit, hold on. Okay, now I'm back. Oh, but hey, this turned into a big educational session again. Par for the course, I guess. Welcome back, everyone. But yeah, this is my streams as well. I do a lot of educational stuff. So welcome back. Thank you. Like I love learning things, and more than that, I love teaching things. Like one of the best things, best moments, like not a singular moment, but like one of the best things to happen, I think, is when I'm teaching something, explaining something to someone, and then I see how in their brain it goes click, and then they start smiling and nodding along, and I see that they have understood it, and that the world around them has suddenly become a little less messy and a little less complex, but also far more interesting. And that is like, when I teach and that happens, it's like, yes, this is what I live for. Give me more of that straight into my veins. So so yeah, that's really, that's why I love teaching. So it's a lot of what I do. So when I play games, I will rant a lot about various topics, mostly game design, sometimes things like narrative or like art and whatever other topics I can think of where I know a bit about. And heck, that's like, I have a whole stream once per week, usually dedicated to designing games on stream. So yeah. Have you ever had a dream that wow. Has anyone ever
Updated my
tried
journal.
to go so far as to make dude look more like? Is it that? Thank you for the follow. Uh, um. Yeah. Caught me off guard with that one. Oh man. Um. But yeah, if you are into that, if you're into tabletop, I do tabletop game design. I have to say, it's tabletop game design. It's not like video game design, even though I know some of that as well, and I follow some designers. My specialty is tabletop game design, especially RPGs. Memes are great, yes. They're also, see, they're also a common shared like cultural experience, cultural linguistic experience. Tabletop games are so fun. They are. I need to play more. Um, they're really difficult to organize though, and that's what makes it really tough. But they are so much fun. And but designing them is also a lot of fun. Like I've been doing that, like I said, when I first discovered Advanced Dungeons and Dragons second edition all the way back in like 1998 or so, or 9, somewhere around there. Somewhere on the turn of the millennium, I discovered that, and that's when I started game design. That has just immediately pulled me in. I haven't sat in a proper D&D in 5 years. Oh, to be fair though, if I can avoid it, I don't play D&D. It came out in 98. Okay, I mean, I didn't get straight when it came out, but somewhere around that. Take it that you're younger than C. I'm probably a bit younger. I'm 36 right now. I guess Seahorse is a couple years older than me. I don't know their exact age. But yeah, I think they're a couple years older. So yeah, I prefer watching people play it. I mean, yeah, it can be a lot of fun. I mean, that's how it gained such fame, right? Through Critical Role, maybe mainly. Just watching people play, and it can be a lot of fun, definitely. But I personally don't play Now You Feel Young. Yes, please cherish the feeling. Cherish feeling young. Do it. It is fleeting. Cling to your youth. You can take my youth from my cold dead hands. And then the Grim Reaper's like, bet. No. Okay. But yeah, no. I don't play D&D really. I did play in a one shot yesterday. But that was for charity. Okay, that was a special case. That was for charity. But if you follow me a little bit and sit in on my streams every now and then, especially when I do game design or talk about game design, I don't like D&D. I don't like it. I feel like, okay, first of all, subjectively, I personally don't like the type of game that D&D is. Not role-playing game, but like the type of role-playing game. Right? The way the system works. I don't like it. I think there are a couple of flaws with the system itself. But that's neither here nor there. I personally don't really enjoy playing D&D. And to be fair, the one-shot yesterday, it was a lot of fun. We had a great time. Awesome for charity. Nice. But it also showed me once again which parts of D&D I don't personally enjoy and why I would prefer other systems. So I just don't play D&D anymore. And I think it's a big shame that D&D is the first and sometimes only system that so many people encounter or use to get into the TTRPG hobby. What part was that? Mainly the biggest part, combat. But also, like, combat takes extremely long. Combat is very gamey, which I don't quite like. But also, this is going a bit more into design philosophy here. D&D is what a lot of designers would call a low trust game. That low trust meaning the system handles a lot of things, so you don't have to trust, as a player, you don't have to trust your DM to be fair because the system is fair. If that makes sense, right? There are high trust games which are a lot more open, a lot more about conversation, and a lot more about putting your trust in each other, that you're here to have fun and have a good time, and that no one is trying to screw the other person over, right? So that's not an official categorization, but when you're designing a game or when you're reviewing a game or something like that is something to look at. It's like a high trust system versus a low trust system. And D&D is typically more on the low trust end of things. But it's not really. It's not really. There are a couple of things in there because this game is so mechanized, because everything is expressed so clearly in fixed mechanics and numbers, especially, that the DM has to make judgment calls on what numbers to attach to what situations that the rules don't cover. And that requires a huge amount of trust. Right. So in the session yesterday, for instance, one of the players set a house on fire while we were all inside, and we were having a combat inside this burning house. So the DM suddenly had to go, okay, which parts are on fire? who will be on fire when you get there? What do you roll to prevent to not be on fire, and how much damage does it deal, and so on. So the DM had to come up with a completely new system of being on fire, and we had to trust that the DM wasn't trying to screw us over when creating the system of people are on fire and are burning and taking damage, right? But like the rules don't cover it, but they still require you to channel it into the mechanics and the numbers, right? And that requires a huge amount of trust. So it's very paradoxical to call D&D a low trust system. So that's but that went very, very far into game design philosophy, or like game design ludology, I guess. But yeah, I don't really enjoy playing D&D, and I definitely don't enjoy running D&D. I will do it every now and then, like for charity, and if the people are cool, I will still have fun, but I will always notice that I'm fighting the system, right? I'm not playing with the system. The system is not helping me with the fun. I'm very often fighting the system. And so I really don't enjoy D&D. And it like I said, it's a big shame that D&D is the system that most people encounter first when they encounter the TTRPG hobby in general, because D&D is pretty difficult. If you look at games in general, how difficult it is to learn them, to play them, and to run them, D&D is fairly difficult. It's on the higher complexity side of things. Except then people say like, oh, I spent so much time learning D&D. I don't want to learn other games because they'll just be just as complex. And no, that's not true. There are games you can learn in 5 minutes. There are games that you can learn while playing, and the DM just has to tell you like 1 or 2 things done. If you don't believe me, look up a game called Lasers and Feelings. And D&D, and this is something that is a big trouble in a lot of the bigger RPG product market things. D&D is absolutely atrocious, and this is not just my opinion, this is like general consensus. D&D is absolutely atrocious in helping and guiding new DMs. Heck, it's even very atrocious in helping and guiding more experienced DMs. So much so that there are entire YouTube channel ecosystems established to help people run D&D. There is an entire third market of books and articles and blogs designed to help people run and play D&D. Like, that is how bad D&D is in onboarding people, and especially onboarding DMs. And it teaches a lot of bad habits, and it teaches a lot of like, or it doesn't teach a lot of good tools that you could use to help you run games. If you really want to look at a great game, not perfect, but really, really great game that really teaches you how to run it and gives you all of the tools you need, where preparation amounts to 5 minutes just getting into the mood and into the vibes, look at Blades in the Dark. I actually ran a Blades in the Dark campaign on stream like a year or 2 ago. It lasted some like 10 sessions. And my prep really just amounted to loading up OSB and clicking start streaming. That was my prep. So people playing like, and then I see posts on Twitter or Blue Sky of people saying, "Oh, I'm 8 hours into prepping my next session." I'm like, I mean, if prepping sessions for 8 hours is fun and energizing for you, more power to you. But that shouldn't have to be the standard, you know? You shouldn't have to spend hours upon hours prepping a session. If prep for a session takes more than 15, 20, 30 minutes at most, then the system is not helping you enough. That is an oversight by the designer, right? If they just say, just do your thing, and I'm just here for when you are playing, but not when you're prepping, right? That's a flaw in the game system. And the whole idea of, oh yeah, any game, any DM can run an amazing D&D game, right? All I need is a great DM. It's like, yeah, but you shouldn't have to put that as the minimum. You should have a great game so that anyone can run it, instead of having a crap game that requires a great DM to make okay. Right? But you see these kind of mindsets, or these kind of mottos almost, right? It's like, I just need a great DM, or like any DM can run any game in D&D. It's like, yeah, but only if they're great. But these are kind of taken as gospel truths, and no one ends up questioning the design of D&D. You always look at the fault in the players and in the DM or at the table. You never look at faults at the game, in this game system. And that's like, no one wants to have that conversation, right? It's like, you're not ready for that one. I'm ranting again. I apologize. I do this. I rant. This is well, welcome to my stream where I rant about game design, and especially D&D, and so yeah. But so it's great that people are getting into TTRPG as a hobby. I love that. It's so amazing. I can finally talk to people on a similar wavelength and be like, yo, do you want to try this out? And people will be open-minded and say, yes, sure, I will try it, instead of them going, yo, what is this nerd crap? Why are we doing this? Right? Compared to like 10, 20 years ago. So I love that. But at the same time, do you really want a corporate product that is made to make money for the CEO to be the product that onboards new players? Do you really want that in such a creative hobby? And so I played a Cthulhu one-shot first, then a session of D&D, and I played a couple of games of the board game Mansion of Madness. Ooh, which is also based on Cthulhu. Yeah. I like the board game more, but I don't know if the sessions just weren't for me because of the people I was with. Yeah, that's another big thing. If you don't vibe with the people at the table, sessions aren't going to be fun. There are a lot of tools and a lot of tips out there to help you determine whether or not you will vibe with the people. But, indie RPGs teach you those. Every single indie RPG will have like how to find people to play with, or how to know that these are the right people, or what is the vibe of the game I'm going for. A lot of indie games say, this is the vibe of the game. Not like, we're playing fantasy, hooray! No, this is the vibe of the game. We're playing this kind of game. We're telling these kinds of stories, and players need to have these and these expectations. And if you don't have these expectations, this game isn't for you. That's okay. There are 10,000 other games out there, right? So that's a big part. But a lot of people don't learn these things because the games don't teach them this. The big commercial games don't teach them this. So, The board game comes with an app that's basically DM. Yeah, I've played that one as well, and it is a lot of fun. So it is kind of like playing with a DM. Yes. It's okay. I love story time. That's good. I want to try just some good old D&D because the most basic thing that I can get into tabletopping with. So, old school D&D is a beast of its own, which is nothing at all like modern D&D. Like, nothing. Those are two different worlds, two completely different worlds. That D&D 5e is trying to straddle. That's another part of why I think it doesn't work as a design. But that's a lot. But yeah, I do want to like old school D&D is also, or old school role playing is definitely something I want to try out at some point as well. Most of any game I've played is playtest of Icon. Oh, I've heard so much good things about this game. I want to get it. I'm so sad. I missed 2 sales of that game. 2. Like one sale I saw is like, oh, 50% off. I should get this. And then, but I looked at it on my phone. And then when I got back home, I forgot about it and then sale passed. And I was like, oh, look, this game is now in a bundle, 20% off. I was like, I should get this. And I forgot about it again. I missed 2 sales of the game. But I've heard so many good things. I really want to try it at some point. Not good, what would be good for a beginner player, as people tell me narrative-driven games would be good for beginners, and others tell me systems-driven games are good for beginners. It's so okay. Lots of thoughts. How do I organize? It's what do you want to learn, or what do you want to teach, rather, right? So a lot of systems-based games are teaching about keeping track of your various character stats and character skills and equipment and knowing how to do the math of dice rolls and so on. That is definitely a skill. And that is definitely something a lot of games, even narrative-driven games, sometimes require. But I think that is the easier thing to learn. Right? Keeping track of numbers and applying the correct number to the correct situation, I think, is not the difficult thing to learn. The more difficult thing is the narrative-driven thing, the narrative part. Because we are much better at dealing with numbers. Like, if I roll a die and then I add a number and that's what I get. Right? We're much better at that than we are at improv theater. We are not good at that. We are not good at story tropes. We are not good at character types, archetypes or so. We suck at those. But if we then get a good game that that has the mechanics to support the narrative and to support character decisions and like the moments and story beats that you want in a game, that is an extremely powerful game to teach new players with. Narrative is hard. Yes, I think the reasoning was that a system-driven game generally has a flow that guides you versus improv. Okay, that depends on who you're asking. Because this is the problem when discussing TTRPGs and their design with people. There are so many different terms and they're all used completely differently that no one knows what we're actually talking about. No. You're good. It's the terms, and it's not your fault. It's just the community's fault that terms are used completely differently depending on who's saying them. So, to me, a systems-driven game is more something like D&D, where you have clear mechanical systems for various things, and a narrative-driven game is where the focus on the game, including in the mechanics, is in the narrative. Right? But for some people, systems is just you have mechanical systems, and narrative is open improv. Something like Fiasco would be a narrative-driven game for that. Whereas something like Powered by the Apocalypse, is that a systems-driven game? Question mark? Right? So it definitely has very strong systems, but these systems are there to serve the narrative. Right? So what is it actually? And to me, that is the ideal game that I'm looking for. It needs powerful systems so that you, as a new player or as someone who's learning the ropes, even as a game master, you can fall back on the systems and they will guide you and they will run the game for you. But then what you put into the systems and what you get out of them will be narrative. That sounds very esoteric right now. I'm aware of that. But there are games that do this. Powered by the Apocalypse is a very, very famous group of games, starting with Apocalypse World. that does this. Fate is another game that does this, right? Where in order for the mechanics to activate, you require a narrative input, and then you run the mechanic, and then it gives you a narrative output, a prompt with which to further tell the story. And that kind of system, I think, is absolutely amazing, because if a player doesn't know what's happening, they just have to maneuver the narrative into a mechanic, play through the mechanic, and then the mechanic tells you how the story will develop. And you don't need to be great at improv theater. You don't need to be great at character acting or so. In fact, a lot of actual professional improv actors, improv storytellers and such dislike narrative systems like this because their experience is better. They have more experience in their field than the game can give them. So something like the Critical Role group, right? Who are all very experienced actors. Brennan Lee Mulligan, who is an experienced improv actor, an improv storyteller, they say they enjoy a game like D&D because the D&D handles the mechanical stuff that they don't want to bother with, i.e. combat. But then, when it comes to their expertise, which is acting and improv storytelling and working together to create a narrative, the game has zero. The game does nothing with that. There are no mechanics that interact with it, so they get free reign. And that kind of a system is perfect for them. Right? So if you are a professional in that field, okay, I can totally see why you do not want any mechanics weighing you down in your field of expertise. Awesome. But for people who are not improv masters, or who are not character actors, or like TV show writers or storytellers or things like that, right? Where it's your job to come up with things like this. A narrative game with a lot of strong systems to support you in telling the narrative, that is, I think, the best kind of system to get you into it. Because when in doubt, you can fall back on the mechanics, but then the mechanics give you prompts, and then you can just take that and run with it. And I think that's the best. That's the interesting thing, because IRC Icon is powered by the Apocalypse inspired, and I was warned it might be a bit difficult for me since focus of PvP is more around the storytelling side of things. It is, but like I said, the main mechanics are all based on the narrative, right? It's like, if this situation occurs in the narrative, then this mechanic springs into action. In fact, mechanics are all have a trigger, right? That's all part of the mechanics. Like, trigger is when this happens in the story, or when your character attempts to do this and this and this, then you use this mechanic, and then you roll some dice, look at some numbers, and then when you get this result, this and this and this happens. When you get this result, this and this and this happens, and so on. And that's what I mean with having narrative input and narrative output of the mechanics. I think the thing of having bonds is good, inspiring interaction between players. Yes. Depends on how far you take it, right? You can definitely have mechanical influence on the relationship between player characters. And that's like and it comes like anything, because anything that is anchored to a mechanic, players will gravitate toward. Right, because you get to throw your math rocks and you get to see numbers, and hooray, that's awesome. And for players who are not as confident, or are out of ideas or so, or a bit shy or whatever, they can just go, I don't know, I'll just roll some dice. You know, if I can get the story to roll some dice, then awesome. Then I don't have to put myself out like that, put myself forward like that. So that's really great. I don't necessarily know how good it is, particularly since Icon is the only thing I've played, and I haven't played too many sessions, and DM need to drop out. Okay. Like I said, I don't know Icon itself, but if it is powered by the Apocalypse, then it probably follows the same conventions, right? Of this narrative input into a mechanic with narrative output. Like I haven't played any Powered by the Apocalypse yet. I have read several of them. I have played Blades in the Dark, which is also Powered by the Apocalypse adjacent. The original idea came from that, but it's evolved into its own thing. So that is also very good for this. Fate is also good. Fate is a bit freer than Powered by the Apocalypse. I'm actually starting to think that PBTA is probably one of the best systems that you can get into as a newbie. Also because PBTA games cleave very, very closely to the genre they're trying to emulate. Right? So you can say, we are playing zombie survival. And then you have a game that is zombie survival and nothing else. So every mechanic in there serves the purpose of telling a story in a zombie survival game, right? Or whatever. So that's the good thing with that. So yeah, conclusion, something like Powered by the Apocalypse. My personal thought would be that, of course, if you have an experienced game master, you can run a lot of different, more loose games. The game I have used to introduce newbies to the hobby, and that I still use to introduce newbies to the hobby, is called Fate. Another game that is really, really fun is Lasers and Feelings. And another game that is just a lot of silly fun and is also great for people to kind of get into the mindset is Everyone is John. That is also a really fun, chaotic game where you can just, where people can kind of get the idea of what's going on because the game is so outlandish. The premise is so outlandish. So there are a couple of games in there that there are good entry points, especially if you have a good game master. Yeah. Okay. Ooh. All right. Talked a lot about that as well. Let me see. It is 5:10. I think I've been going longer than I planned. What did I plan? I planned to end the stream 2.5 hours ago. Gulp. But hey, so yeah, I think I am going to wind down now. I am starting to feel my voice go a little bit. So yeah. Let's see. Yeah, let's slowly find someone to raid. I don't know. How do I search for tags? Search category tags? No, because I would like to search for the Pride Hearts tag. Games. How do I do this? Does anyone know how Twitch works? How I can search for tags? Or isn't there like a raid search that they introduced? Isn't there like a raid browser? That's all the rage or something? All the raid? Never. Does anyone know? I am live. Yes, thank you. I would like to see. I cannot assist. I don't know how Twitch works. Yeah. Raid. Is there a... What if... Stream manager. Is there a raid channel? Sort by search and filter. Ah, okay. Filter by category. Filter by tag. Oh, hey. So I have to go onto the Twitch dashboard, onto Stream Manager, and then I can search for tags. Fried Hearts. We couldn't find any channels. Awesome. Ah. Anyone? Fried Heart, maybe? Couldn't find anyone. Okay, so that was a dud. It appears I'm the only one. Uh-oh. Last one standing. Now I have to keep streaming for another like 8 hours until people wake up and stream, or what is it? Let me check the Discord. Just type, is anyone on? Help me. I need to raid out. Oh god. Where's the calendar? Is there anything here? Let me check the calendar. That is not my calendar. Where is it? There we go. Okay, Platformer Princess was also streaming today. Was it? No, wait, that was Friday. Monday. What day do we have? I started... Should have read the contract more closely. Oh no. It's Monday. Yes, it is, but this runs on Pacific time, right? So PST Pacific Standard Time. Oh, never mind. PDT. There we go. It is now 2:14 a.m. So am I on here? Ah. Yeah, no, there's no one else on the calendar. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Let's check. What do we have here? Where am I? I am here. So the next one to start would be at 8 a.m. Pacific time, which is in 6 hours. All right, let's do this. 12-hour stream. Are you meant to have continuous coverage? No. I'm not. I can raid into whoever I want, but it would just have been nice to raid into someone else who is also doing this one right now. In that case, let us raid into let's just like some other LGBTQ streamer who's also kind of sort of part of this group. Politely is on. Yeah. Okay, yeah, Politely is on. All right. So Politely, I'm not sure if they're taking part in what are pronouns? Let me check pronouns. No have pronouns. Okay. Yeah, so Politely is not taking part in this particular event as far as I know. But they were in the Trans Pride event like a couple months ago. So that's why is it not showing up? I don't know, ask Twitch. All right. Let's raid into Politely Wicked. Politely Wicked. Did I get the name right? Politely Wicked. Okay, yes. All right. So yeah, there's no one else. There will be more people doing the Pride Hearts thing throughout the day, or depending on where you are, right? There's still more of the event going. Raid message, very good point. I never think of a raid message. I don't know. I don't have the brain for a raid message. Pride Hearts raid, I guess. Let's just go with Pride Hearts raid, and then whatever Pride emotes you might have, use those. Right, so like Pride Hearts raid, right, and then whatever emotes you have, you can find, etc. If you have some of mine, I have this one, so that one can work. Otherwise, whatever you can find, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's it. All right. So that'd be the right message. Thank you for reminding me. That's been great. Catch you later. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Thank you. Let me go through and make sure I catch everyone who raided. So let me. Do I see the raids? I do not see the raid. No, I do. Okay, so Ray Demon raided me. Alice Lunazera raided me, and then Freddy J rated me. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you for all of the follows as well. Thank you all for being here. This was a lot of fun. I did not expect the stream to turn out like this. Like I said, nothing planned, but I'm glad that we had this Pride Hearts raid. Yes, exactly. All right. So yeah, I don't know when I will be on next, to be perfectly honest, because my job starts tomorrow and I don't know how busy my schedule will become, if they will put more classes on me or not, etc. I will try to stream more regularly. There are a lot of games I want to do. I want to do more game design again, and so on. So I will do so. I'll probably post my schedule on Blue Sky. But yeah, other than that, I hope I will see you all soon. Have an amazing time zone. Take care, and bye-bye.